Alright, so while I feed these cats, I got a funny story. I have a funny story. So, top five, or I guess bottom five technically, least favorite ways to wake up. I don't awake, right? And the way my bed's positioned is like I'm about I don't know, chin level with my office chick, right? But for whatever reason, it's at a weird angle this time. So I jolt awake and then I bash my fucking eye directly on the armrest. Just like not the socket, not the lid, just my actual fucking eye. So I'm hoping that it goes back to normal and that I didn't severely damage it. But it's a little sore. It's a little cloudy. Let's hope that doesn't stay that way. Anyway, that's my morning. How you guys doing? Hopefully better. um, Where's my coffee? There's my coffee. And it's also worth noting that I didn't sleep great, so immediately after this happened, I was like, oh that sucks. I mean, let me just go back to sleep. This one. Um, More Bearfist Moze today. And the idea is, behind this playthrough, for anyone who missed the first day, is I'm talking a lot about Iron Bear, where it falls balance-wise, why it's both overpowered and overrated, and what exactly makes Iron Bear strong and makes it perceived as strong, because those are two different things in a lot of cases. I'm doing a Bearfist only playthrough. I have an intentionally nerfed class mod to allow me to function as if I'm not using a class mod while still getting the benefits of juggling a flame comp. So what the flame comp does is when you apply a fire dot, you have a 15% chance to just eliminate the cooldown of your action skill. It normally rolls some beneficial skills and can roll passives that are very impactful for your build. I chose to give myself one that has no benefits except the flame effect. So functionally, it's like I'm equipping a flame and then on equipping it, getting to Iron Bear, and then after I'm getting out, equipping it again. That's how it works out. So somewhat of a restriction run with Iron Bear. Now, I have not disallowed use of other comms, but I haven't used any others yet. So Cold as the Grave next. That'll be Aurelia. Let's re-up the combat booster. How we doing, Priz? J-Bridge, Mr. Bowling, Sora. Unexpected error. Mostly meaningless to this round, but is 1 kill per named enemy still a thing? I did not put that in place for this run. There was something I, want to kill that I forgot about. That I already killed at least once. I do not remember. Brain hasn't engaged yet. I'm here, me too. How you doing, Tex? Yeah, in terms of using, farmed gear, I don't think that's a big ask for this run, because it's very easy to get red suits. And that'll be my, late best in slot option. I guess the most awkward thing will be getting, Bearfist on a GA with a blade. I guess. I guess getting a good part fish and awkward. Artifacts, I mean, on paper, yeah, but like, I don't necessarily need it to check every box in this instance. Where's Clay right now? I have no music in game right now. It's weird. It's jarring. Also, my fucking eye hurts. I'm just supposed to be on that way. EchoCast, work this time. I didn't check. Is shift down or something? This angle looks like my cat passed out in his food, but no, he's just being lazy and half laying down while he's eating. Why am I going this way? Let me just go the actual sensible way. Hey Nunu, how are you? Yeah, I guess EchoCast just doesn't work today. Oh. There he goes. Shit talking and it shall appear. We love bloated map design, just there to accommodate and force vehicles. It's great. Alright, you. I told the story, but basically I woke up by possibly giving myself a major eye injury. I'm hoping it just goes away without me having to do anything about it. Okay. Yeah, it's famously clumsy. Major eye injury? Nice. Good one, J-Bridge. Hey, loading screen, how are you? Hope your eye gets better. Me too. Probably be fine. We'll see what happens. Also, it's hot and I'm already itchy. I'm sweaty. It's fucking not even 11 a.m. and I'm melting. Melting, I tell you. Grabby hand. It reminds me of those, you know those, that toy, what's the name of those? Are they just called grabby hands? Like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like the gel fucking, yeah, the sticky thing, yeah. 87 on this rooftop before 9? Oh, that's not good. That sounds miserable. Buene. How you doing, Lazy? Come on, Flame Comp. There we go. The grabby animation is just so funny. I don't know, my game's so stuttery today. So I do rooftop work in the morning, bring plenty of water, and take breaks and hang with chat. Appreciate you. And good self-care policy. How you doing, Chester? World's perfectly fine right now. My weather forecast says smoke. Ah, yes, it's just one of those seasonal things. Like how some seasons it's rainier, sometimes it's snowy, sometimes it's the burning remains of other living things. You know, natural. Totally not exacerbated by outside factors. Cat ate too fast and now he's puking. Fucked around and found out, Cat.
I'm feeling it.
Flame comp. Wanna trigger? Fire dots? No fire dots from like any of that? Oh, okay. Just continue to shoot this level fucking 13 pistol. 14, sorry. Where's my fire dots? I didn't think I'd have to, like, create a gun that can't kill things. But I might have to create a gun that can't kill things. So I'm just trying to get my cooldown back.
Welcome to the kill zone. Just feeding the birds.
Needs more banjo. We don't have the artifact slot yet. And the plan's atom bomb to get those bigger rat explosions off the red suit for some mobbing ability. But like, we could go full meme. We could go full meme. Killzone, the hit FPS game on the PlayStation? Yeah, the Halo killer, Killzone. I often wonder if the cats think it's worth it when they eat too much and puke. They definitely don't, because they just, like, huddle up for a minute like, man, I feel like shit. Who did that to me? And it's like, bro. How you doing, Pericles? Morning, Ember. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Starting off interesting, but can only go up from here, right? Maybe? I don't know why my game's running so terribly. I always find it weird how tall human enemies get. They're like bosses. Aurelia is almost as tall as Iron Bear during her boss fight. Like, she doesn't have powers or anything. Like, I guess you could hand wave and be like, yeah, Troy made himself bigger because he's He's compensating for something. But like Aurelia just got tall. Wearing heels. Not that tall. No drops. Very unlucky streamer. Use hitboxes. It's just something that happens for all human-sized bosses. Like, even if you interact with them when they're not a boss, they'll be normal height, but they're just bigger when they're a boss. I can't think of any exceptions in this game off the top of my head. I don't think they always did that. Like, I don't remember Jack or Anisha being particularly tall in BL2. But in this game, the humans just get real tall. Like, for a while, I thought that was just something that I noticed while I was playing Moze. Because she's short as fuck. But no, it's even true on Flack, who is normally taller than everyone. Why are we hating short people? We're not. We're just pointing out that the bosses are sometimes extra tall, weirdly. What are we gonna do with the artifact slot once we get it, chat? Like, I could get that banjo. Could. Unironically, I'm afraid it'll kill things. And I'd have to go farm Billies, and that's gross. Also, my eye hurts. Bearfist, more like Bearfist. Bearfist Moze just in time for Pride Month. Yep. We've done Sister Fister Amara before. This is Fister Sister Moze. Totally different thing. Use it would help with area enemies. No, Banjo isn't for, like, in-bear stuff at all. It's just for... It's a funny, memey way to get additional chances to apply fire dots outside of bear. Or flame reset consistency. My plan is to get a no pew pew from cartels, because holding that increases your ignite chance, and just do fucking anything while holding a no pew pew. It's like 3 artifacts that help bear. Yeah. I plan on going with just an atom bomb static charge, ideally, because like it helps the IB throw fish, and you get atom bomb for the red splodge they're gonna be getting, standing in red suit range of things. That's like the best case, but like that's so specific, and I'm not gonna have a fish possibly ever on this character. So. No PP increases ignite chance the more you know. Yeah. Yeah, you get almost a guaranteed ignite chance while holding no PP. Yeah, projector for cursed. Yeah. Snowdrift for going fast outside of bear. So you don't really need it because you can just get a ton of movement speed regardless. I've been thinking about highlighting a bunch of interesting stuff, Lazy, about character misconceptions. You know, not that I don't normally do that. But stuff like, hey, you know Moze is the fastest? You know Iron Bear is like one of the weakest action skills? You know Iron Bear speedruns go faster by using Iron Bear left? You know, shit like that. Hey, Silver Raid, thank you so much for the Prime for the 25 months. I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I should use double close to distance. Well, that's what we got to work with. I almost want to just use regular fists and wait for him to, like, get closer. I've seen worse. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just like, oh, I gotta reset my fucking thing. There's the proc. The range, I guess. Ah! Bad for those balls, how hard people farmed them. I mean, in September 2019, there was very little else to do. Because Proving Grounds weren't at the like, reward level where people felt their time was being rewarded for doing them. So it was do slaughters or farm Grave Ward. Bloody Harvest was a month 2 thing. Takedowns were, or Mal 1 takedown, I should say, was a month 3 thing. And DLC 1 was month 4. Alright, so the plan here is I hop out. I don't get any flame procs. That's important to the plan. I somehow managed to get almost none whatsoever. That's really key. And then I don't get any hits in on the boss. That's the most important bit of the plan. Make sure you don't skip that step. Write that down. What is he doing, baby? Equipment room on the rooftop, heard something hit the roof. The equipment room went outside up the ladder, interrupted some crows mid coitus. They were not happy. Did he ask to help him finish? Need a dot. Just need singular dot. Achievements making me lose my shit. Which one's awful? Give me a dot. Real reason was everyone wanted to get a lava, please.
Get good or get dead, scrub.
Lob wasn't a Dedi sourced item until 3 months in? Most items didn't have Dedi sources. Just like the ones in the base game that everyone forgot about were sourced. Stuff like Chupa's Organ, Garcia, you know, all those were sourced. But everything else was world drops. Grab 100 pieces of gear. Oh, that doesn't take very long at all. Let's just like play a few games of Arms Race. I'm so lazy though. I mean, if you're going for an achievement, isn't that going to require doing something? I don't understand. You want the achievement, but you don't want to do anything? What's the point of wanting the achievement?
I'm on a freaking roll!
Okay, wait. I can actually get some punches in this time. Big damage. One of them somehow missed. Big damage. Mr. Armor is so boring. I don't agree. Arms Race is usually faster paced than other combat in the game, but okay. So sleeper, in what way? See, people say that a lot, but they never have anything to actually follow that up with. Like, in what way? It's just the same thing over and over. It's literally not, though. It is less the same thing than any other activity in the game because it has randomized components. So, like, no. Never understood that feedback. There we go. Dead Graveward. The same one boss though. You're describing every activity in Borderlands, homie. Except in this one, you get a different spawn point. Your loadout is determined by what you get throughout the run, and you get access to different loot chests. Not saying it's perfect, it's pretty simple, but like, Arms Race has flaws. It being the same thing every time is literally just not how the content works. I'm a big proponent of, like, accurately criticizing things. We don't need to make up flaws to criticize a thing we don't like. If you can't think of one, just say you don't enjoy it. But, like, making up shit that's not true? Come on, man. For example, valid criticism of Arms Race. It is very simplistic. If you are looking to do anything other than pew-pew guns in the game, it gets stale pretty quickly. See? That's a perfectly valid criticism. Uh, Farming for specific things within the format gets very tedious because the amount of time it takes to get a run going to where you have a chance of then getting something you might want is really, really obnoxious. Actual problems. Don't make shit up. Weird. Well, it is the same boss, and you're repeating the same thing instead of acknowledging anything being said to you. Can you tell me another Borderlands 3 activity where you don't get the same boss every single time? Can you tell me one? How about a Borderlands 2 activity? Borderlands 1 activity? TPS activity? Nothing? Joke's on you. There are no activities in TPS. There's an arena, and there's Iwajira, and there's Sentinel kinda. There's that much.
Is this thing on? Test, test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity
Hey,
for
we
you?
gotta talk to
You
Lilith.
don't want to miss it.
Everyone's favorite part of this game.
If you wanna carry more stuff, you'll have to buy a different SDU.
Good Novus Man in Wonderlands? There isn't. Oh, we're going with the average Redditor take double pack here is awful. Arms Race bad, Wonderland's bad. Where's the BL3 bad? I need the hat trick. I need it in my life. Wonderlands isn't as good as the BL3. I think that's a take a lot of people would agree with. But what was with the all caps Omega lol shit that no one fucking asked you for? Like, is the point to be annoying? Because it's working. It's really working. Or if I seem annoyed, it's only because I'm annoyed. No big deal. Red Dead Redemption 2 the best. Don't change my mind. That's a banger of a game. Narrative masterpiece, even. Based when you're going, wait, playing BO3, sometimes you go to a dungeon and the boss is random, suddenly realize that no, I was thinking Remnant, which is in a slam on BO3. So all the game I've done the past year has become a blur. I really need Remnant 2. I need Remnant 2 in my life now. Dungeon with random boss in the end of Wonderlands, and the objectives and the enemies and the rooms along the way change every time. Yeah, it's almost like someone who complains about a specific problem that doesn't exist and then immediately follows up by complaining about the one entry in the land series that does the exact thing they asked for is actually just looking to complain about shit and have people agree with them, and they don't have any actual substantive opinions on anything. But, you know, like Omega Law, you know? Like, you know. You know. Borderlands fans. Now I know you're baiting. I'm gonna do a dumb challenge run for Mass Effect series. Deathless for all 3 games. On what difficulty? Because, like, there's a couple rooms in 2 and 3 that, like, you could be perfectly fine and then you're just suddenly dead. Like, 1 Deathless is fine, that's easy. As long as you don't try to use biotics on the final boss. LOL. But then when you get to 2, it's like... if you get an animation bug in any of the rooms with husks, you're dead. Collector ship, it's fine as long as you're prepared for the Praetorian. As long as you have, like, squad mates that are anti-barrier, you're fine. Hey, Live for Saren is that good shit. Have you played, Legendary Edition, though, Lazy? It's bugged. If you use biotics against Saren, it crashes your game. You can't use biotics in the final boss in the remaster. Yeah. It's still the case 2 years later. I know because it happened to me when it first came out, and then I played it again earlier this year, and it still happened. Best Borderlands game you would say? I would say have a more complex thought than arbitrarily ranking things, because it's fucking stupid and takes half a brain cell to slap numbers on things with no metric on what those numbers mean. Ranking things is fucking stupid. Now, if I was to rank things, in terms of my favorite Lands games, in order from most to least favorite, Borderlands 3, Wonderlands, Borderlands the pre-sequel, Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2. That said, ranking things is fucking dumb. Because in every list of ranking things, something comes last, and ranking something last does not mean you don't like anything about it. It means it comes in, like, after the other things. There's no context with ranking. It's reductive. Like how if you rank the characters and overall power in this game, one, you can't really do that without specifying scenario, but if you put a gun to my head and made me do it anyway, that puts Amara in 4th place, but that is not indicative of how the character works, that does not mean Amara is weak, and it is further proof that ranking things is fucking stupid. Hey Moo, how you doing? S-tier response, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Nunu. Ranking's only done with people arguing about it, too childish, not made a fight. I still think it's reductive, and ultimately, it's like, doesn't provide you any useful information. Me. Every once in a while that happens. I was looking at my screen. That same exact spot. They knew what they were doing. Gearbox map designers absolutely knew what they were doing. Freudian slip, wank. I rank Quack's driving skills 2 out of 10. That's kind of you, thank you. All opinions, I would say. Yet, a lot of people will ask the ranking question and then go walk around as if people's individual rankings mean fucking anything. The whole exercise is pointless. It doesn't give you any useful information. A much more useful question is asking people what they like about each Lands game. Then you get actual substance. Okay, that's why I drive off cliffs. Yeah, I'm not using my hands. What do you like in Wonderlands? I want to know. Chaos Chamber is a cool idea for an activity. Because your exact complaint earlier of, hey, it's the same every time. Okay, they built in a fucking randomizer. So it's literally not the same every time. It won't be the same anytime. Here you go. I do the run, I'll have to think about all encounters because I'll be refusing to use Infiltrator for my run. You know why? Because you're going to play Vanguard? Did I get that right? All encounters. I guess some of the harder ones. If you're not an Infiltrator, Purgatory and ME2 is actually pretty fucking hard. Depending on how early you do it, I guess. Hey, Mr. Bolin, thanks for taking care of Lazy. Wonderlands. So, Zolful, do you realize that everyone around you is trying to have an intelligent conversation, and that after you were directly told that it's much more useful to talk about what you like about a game, or be specific in any kind of criticism or feedback, and you dumb it all the way fucking down to, but Wonderlands! Like, you realize how useless that is for discourse, right? You realize that makes everyone else in the conversation feel dumber for having read it. Like, I could reiterate that I would rather remove all of my toenails one by one with a fucking bop it than play Borderlands 2, and then not expand on that. Does that tell you what I don't like about that game? No, it tells you absolutely nothing, and it's probably just annoying. I don't know, man. It's because you're not attempting to actually have a conversation. You decided to come here to shit on a couple of things, and you thought, because a lot of the Borderlands community indulges in this, you thought that people would just agree with you. No. Even if I had the same opinions you did on something, I'd want to have a conversation about it. But just... your pursuit of finding things to mindlessly shit on, you won't find allies here. Be smarter or go away. I don't have the patience for you.
I'm feeling it.
I haven't said anything? Bro, we have chat history. There are a bunch of people who have been reading and responding to your messages. Have you said anything of value? No, but you've said things. My dude. You cannot come into a Twitch chat, start typing stupid messages, and then say you didn't say anything. When there are people who can pull up a record of everything you've said. See that giggle? I'm trying so hard not to laugh. It's really difficult. And like for any onlookers who are maybe uncomfortable with how direct I'm being in calling someone who's acting stupid. Stupid. We only jump on people who were not actually attempting to have a conversation. Differences of opinion are absolutely welcome, and there's lots of people in this community who have different opinions on different games and different personal preferences. But guess what? Discussing things like an adult is what we do here. Hey, morning, Supamix. Never used Bearfist, had no idea that's what it was. It's so weird, right? Like, it's weird looking. Like, let me hop back in it and see this range fist thing. This is one of the augments. It looks so goofy. It's like one of those what are the name of those? The stretchy hand things. You know, they come in the different colors. They're like, I don't know if they're rubber, but you do that and they stick to things. It just looks like that, but weaponized. Stretch Armstrong, is that the name? Jane Armstrong. I'm not even sure. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I just don't know what it is. But it's like that. And it's silly. It's goofy and I love it. It's not having New Game Plus is a big shame. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's something like everyone expected it to be put in at some point, and when they didn't, we were just like, oh, why would you not? Really want to know is what's your favorite color? It's a good question. I don't really know if I have a favorite color, Ember. I am a fan of purple. I do like purple. You know what Cyber Psycho pops out of the fridge after Maelstrom Ritual? Yeah. Heck, that one. It's a tough fight. It's definitely a tough fight if you do that one early on. Yeah. Carhartt brown. That's a good color. I have a brown Carhartt jacket. Super old. I haven't worn it in like 5 years, but I do have one. Very warm. I'm trying not to be roasted by lazy for my driving again, so hang on. Give me 5 seconds to use all 3 of my brain cells for this. I'm not being consumed by rage for having to drive something in a Borderlands game. Sometimes you can just not like something, sometimes there's not a reason besides you just don't like it. I don't like OPI gel polish, so I'm not sure why, I'm just not a fan of it. Okay, that's one thing, Moo. But you as a person, I know you don't go around to places where people very clearly do vibe with something and then just shit on something, expect people to agree with you, and then act like a child when no one fucks with what you're saying. When you can't bring anything to the table to have a conversation about it. Like, you're more of an adult than that. I know you don't do that. The concept of disliking something just because it's not for you is not something I have a problem with. It's the conduct around the conversations you pursue when you don't like something. Try to convince the customer to pick a different color. Hey, you basically your job is sales functionally, so yeah, that tracks. Chasing the bag. I'd almost use my Twitch name to log into something work related. Use my first initial and last name. No, I've gotten confused from time to time. I was doing travel planning stuff and I put Quag in a form for something and I was like, wait, hang on, that's not my name. I got very confused very quickly. We all spend too much time on the internet. Is the takeaway here. I'm not going to tell people about something I don't like and expect anything to happen. That's how rational human beings approach conversations, yes? Generally, when most people don't like something, they just don't continue to make it a part of their everyday life. Generally, you know, that's not always possible, but or explain where your username came from. Yeah. Flag was just part of a name that the random name generator in Star Wars The Old Republic spat out for me in 2012. And as we all affectionately know, PBJ is the Big Juicy. Of course. Hey Scar, just started Borderlands 3 with friends last night. Tons of fun. Love playing as Moze. Have any tips? I would say experiment as much as humanly possible. Like, if you think there's a weird grenade you want to try out, like you gotta drop, you're like, I think there's something to this. Pick it up, throw it around, see what happens. Same with a gun, same with a shield. If you want to try out different combinations of skills, respec, as long as you're making sure to use your money on SDUs so you can hold more bullets and everything, and bigger backpack. Respecing costs 10% of your current money, so every time if you're gonna respec, just make sure you spend your money on SDUs if you can. But yeah, experimentation is key. Experimentation is key. Find what kinds of things you like doing in the game. Remember, it's not as simple as, hey, you have to do this one thing to succeed. It's not as simple as, hey, you have to shoot guns, even. Just experiment. Find the kinds of things you like doing in the game, the kinds of activities, the kinds of items you like equipping, and discover what you like. Don't worry too much about builds until later. If doing build crafting is something you want to pursue, you can do that later. Just figure out what you like first, because that builds a good foundation for it. If you do want to get into the super sweaty, turbo nerdy shit like I do, then you know exactly what kinds of stuff you want to do, because the possibilities in this game are near endless. Got over 7,400 hours in this game, and I am still finding new things to do.
Get back to boot camp.
Love being a tank, thanks for the advice. Yeah, happy to do it. You can do tanking in some pretty funny ways in this game. Obviously, you have stuff like Iron Bear, which is very straightforward. It's, you know, hard to kill. Did you know, if you have this skill, Iron Bear is unique in that it can live on 0 health. Something about the way this skill heals Iron Bear is cursed, and you can see your health bar say 0, and it's just like, no, I'm not dead. It's really funny.
Check out that body count. Do it for the jump. Now bring it on.
LOL, I'm alive.
Present for you. You earned it. Come here.
AFK on Mallow on bridge for a good 4 minutes with that skill. It's so absurdly strong.
Got a full thief over here. Make yours down. We got Meet my great fury. My favorite sound. Die, full thief.
I guess I'll grab that typing on. A rat dog gonna kill me? Maybe. No, we're good. Full can of whoop ass saved me. Haven't unlocked that yet. Got to level 8 in like 2 hours. It's been a decade since I played the first two, so jumping back in is a bit of a learning curve. Yeah, they've made it's definitely still, you know, Borderlands. Borderlands 3 still feels like Borderlands. Um they expanded the options for just how you can make builds, and you have lots of different ways of cracking the egg in this game. That's easily my favorite thing about it. So it's actively difficult to find something that you can't make work. Got my ticket to see Spider-Man, but I can't find my pants. That's so relatable. Slowest elevators in the world. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you played the original Mass Effect, the 2007 release, I think that's the slowest elevators. But there are some slow ones in this game. Okay, in BO3? Yeah, Jacqueline. That in the OG Halo? True. I used to get lost in that game as a kid all the time. I suppose that's where I should have known that I have no sense of direction. Because as an adult, spoiler, I have no sense of direction. But little baby Quag, like 8 years old, couldn't fucking find any quest objective in Halo. '30th or the first piece in Indiana Jones 5 with my dad going to expect a fun time. That's it. Yeah, it's one of those movies you kind of have to have like the example I always use for this is the Mortal Kombat movie, the most recent one. Like, don't expect art, expect fun, and you won't be disappointed. Okay, Combat Evolved just kind of does that. It's true. Halo had single player. Oof. You know, I still haven't played Infinite. Excuse me, sir? Rude. If you do pit moves on me. Combat Evolved was rough for that for sure. I feel very seen and validated, and I appreciate you guys for that. Mortal Kombat Annihilation best movie. It is certainly a spectacle, huh, Tom? From the Borderlands series, when a boss drops a chest with weapons and in a scroll menu instead of a shot that puts my gun out of bounds, sometimes the dialogue's the ability to swap gun parts like a normal shooter. That's the thing, Moo. There are so many questionable design choices with forced tedium in Borderlands that, like, a very vocal section of the fan base is like, no, that's the point. That's why we're here. You change it and I won't buy the game anymore. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that? And you see those people rearing their heads with the discourse around Diablo 4, where some people are like, hey, these items should maybe have drop rates that you can achieve in a human lifetime. And then a very vocal crowd is like, no. What do you mean? What do you mean? It ruins your gameplay experience if other people can enjoy the video game? Like, what do you mean? But sure enough, that's where we are. How do I get my release without a cum shot of loot? How do you get your release without a cum shot? There's probably some science to that. Borderlands fans hate Borderlands. Also each other. And that's not unique to Borderlands fandom, by the way. It's, lots of big fandoms end up at that point. Like, for example, Star Wars. Nobody hates Star Wars more than a Star Wars fan. Destiny is basically a full-time Civil War. I see Destiny 3 trending on Twitter, like, every week. Just figured I'd point that out. Fans saying they won't buy the game because X thing, but buys game anyway. Of course, because complaining is the point. Recall that fan is classically short for fanatic, and fanatics are by definition not reasonable. You got a point. I need an adult, relatable. How you doing, by the way, Soccer? Can't wait to complain about BL4 not being BL3. It'll happen every time. I'm excited for people to pretend that they weren't mindlessly bashing Wonderlands without any actual substantive points. I'm ready for people to pretend that as soon as BL4 gets announced. I'm so fucking ready. Because it happened with BL3 when Wonderlands came out. It happened with TPS when BL3 came out. Happens every time. And once again, that's not unique to this fandom. That happens with every Pokemon release, that happens with every Call of Duty release. It's just gamers love to do that shit. Video games are just good though. True! Like the term stan, where that actually came from. Where did the term stan actually come from? That's a good question. Monster Hunter 2, yeah. Just operate off like what you like, don't be a dick. Super simple policy, Ken. And that's indicative of your quality as a human being. I fucking love the shit out of you. The Eminem song about a fan named Stan that's violently obsessed with him. That's what it was. I knew it was something Eminem related. Cartel event? Yeah, I have cartel event on. Because, it's more spawns, which is more fun. Also more XP, and more chances of loot. But, also specifically, I want, no PP at some point. Haven't gotten lucky yet, but no PP would be pretty nice. Mr. Madness, how we doing? Cartel's goated? Yes, sir. And I wish he'd stop trying to do lyrical gymnastics. It's one of those things he's just known for at this point. He's gotta do some weird... lyrical gymnastics is the only way you can really refer to that. Like, he's just known for it. It's expected at this point.
Let's get it over with.
Explained it to the boyfriend the other day. New Lands game releases. Fans, wow, this game really sucks. Think the previous title had something really special is underrated gem. Next game releases. Fans, wow, this game really sucks. Think the previous title had something really special is an underrated gem. Every time. I really would like to point out that the loudest people shitting on Wonderlands were the same ones that were loudly shitting on BL3. two very different games that had diametrically opposed approaches to content. Makes you think.
Run while you can, soldier! Check out that body
You got a drop. Life Train Moxie's Endowment. Honestly, Moxie's Endowment good. Because we can level a little faster. Could use the hot drop for more damage, but makes you think they just want BL 2.1. They don't want that either. Because I want to make it absolutely clear. Those people are not Borderlands 2 fans. They're I hate the newest entry people. There's a difference. There's plenty of people in the fandom who have a preferred game, and that preferred game happens to be BL2, but they don't go around flinging their shit at the walls every time something new comes out. It's not BL2 fans that are the bad behavior people there. It's people who disguise themselves and surround themselves with people who have a particular favorite game just because that game isn't the newest one.
Murked!
Mr. Sean, how you doing? 3% more XP, let's go. Hey, it's big, it adds up. Or when someone said RE4 Remake was soulless. Was that in Box stream? Oh, that was in Box chat, right? Because I know he made it his title for like a couple streams after that, because it was so fucking funny. But yeah, the point is just hating on the newest thing. Like, remember seeing the video? Oh, someone made a video. Yikes. Stalker! You can't escape me. I gotta play it now. I gotta play it now. Best clip.
Get back here, Shocker!
Bro bat. I don't know the name.
Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Stalker! Yeah, I'm not familiar with whoever made that video, but saying that about RE4 Remake, now that game of course has its problems, as all games do, but like, it's one of those things where you just don't like new things. Just say it with your chest. You don't want to like the new thing, and that's okay. You don't need to. Not everything is for you. That's something I wish gamers fucking actually took to heart. Not every game release is for you. Something not meeting your taste does not mean that it isn't good. It's that simple. There's plenty of shit that I don't like that I can't say is objectively bad because there's a market for it. I guess I go Wild Swing and hope I hit here.
Peekaboo, Vault Thief! Viewers, comment in the
Ah, this
stream
sucks
and
hit.
tell
Cool.
us how you want the Vault Thief to
Easy.
die. We have moderators standing by.
This is the worst things about gamers is both not accepting each game for them and inability to embrace change. Yeah, it's crazy because if they change nothing, then it'll be, hey, this is just a ripoff. Like, you see all the this is specifically a talking point for the weird toxic Xbox dude bro community, where every PlayStation exclusive they'd be like, man, they reused this animation. It happened with a bow animation for Horizon. It happened with a boat animation in God of War. It happened with a swing animation in Spider-Man. It's this weird reused talking point they use about, oh, this animation is the same in the sequel. And like, bro, You have people who fixate on stuff like that.
Hey, pal! I'll take your money.
And then you have people who, if you change the slightest thing, they'll act like it's a departure from everything they loved about an IP. Like, and all the sane people are in the middle, like, what do you mean by all of this?
Okay, break's over. We're all in. Terror, hit everybody. Now accepting all contenders to the stage.
Be more concerned if something did change about Spider-Man's web slinging. The thing is, Insomniac went and confirmed that there are additional web swinging animations. It's just not for the ones that were shown. And like Peter and Miles have different swing animations. That's already been a thing. It's just there's additional ones that were not shown as well. That's it. I hate with this. He's not doing anything. Well, I guess I do that.
Enjoy the spotlight, asshole.
Oh, if I could get a fire dot, it'd be huge. Yeah, that's a fire dot. Thank you. Why would they throw away the swing animations, the same characters in the same action? And therein lies the point, Amber. They have no reason to throw away those animations, and the people making those criticisms know that. It's just something that they can complain about. That's it. It's not intended to be a logical argument. It's just intended to be, hey, thing exists, so me complain. That's it. The complaining is the point. I've never had this much trouble with this phase before, but I guess the nature of the hitboxes here. Like, I don't know why my Bearfist does 38 damage. Like, look at my level 14 pistol doing more damage because of the way these hitboxes work. Ember Blaze Flame red suit without the fire immunity. It has an aura like how red suit does. So yeah, they're similar in that regard. And that's why I'm using it. I wonder how many people complaining actually intend to play the game longer than 30 minutes. Not only that, I wonder how many people like are just saying it fully knowing that they're going to buy and enjoy it and love the game. They're just complaining to complain. Like, it's a reflex almost. It's really weird. Rock Flare? You mean Flame? Yes, that's why I'm using it. I'm just gonna use my pistol here, because fuck hitboxes. Beat Spider-Man last week, now playing through Miles Morales are pretty damn fun. I really enjoy those games. I didn't get around to playing Miles Morales until, Hey Sybil, how are you? I didn't get around to playing Miles Morales until, a couple months ago, actually. But I quite enjoyed it. I want to say I played it in, like, February, maybe March. That can be really damaging to a franchise. I feel like Cyberpunk on release wasn't that bad. People tore it apart, and I'm sure that had a big impact on initial sales. I talk about this all the time, Supamix. You're absolutely correct. And to that point, like, I recently, a Cyberpunk challenge run YouTuber that I sometimes watch, he recently did a video where he downpatched to 1.0.5, which was like day 2 or 3 of the game. And it ran fine. Like, it was stable, very few glitches. It just ran fine. There's obviously some funny stuff, but fine. But the negativity around the PS4 in particular release of the game, and also people embellishing experiences they had for clout on the good old social media led to this echo effect of people refusing to give the game a chance for bugs that did not happen to 90% of the player base. Like, I played the game day one. Day one. And I didn't encounter any of that shit. None of it. Of course, I played on PC, but except for the cars thing. The cars thing did happen. That's funny. Took them a while to get rid of that. But, like, it's a combination of negativity echoes farther in general, in any sort of media. It echoes farther. Also, that people are less willing to give things a chance after a bad first impression. This applies to everything in life in general. But especially games, which it's kind of commonplace nowadays for game releases to, like, they will fix things in post. In a perfect world, games come out without issues, but obviously that's not guaranteed. So they fix things in post.
Is this thing on?
But
Test,
an
test.
overwhelming
Hey,
chunk
Vault Hunter, have we got
of
an opportunity
gamers
for you?
will just not
You don't want to miss
accept
it.
that. Obviously, there's a difference between releasing an unfinished product and polishing up something. But there are cases where some games have just made a huge comeback, and they still get treated as they were when they first happened. You got No Man's Sky, you got Fallout 76, you got Cyberpunk 2077 as really big examples of that. And one of my personal favorite games, Godfall, is like that. It had a very unremarkable release. It wasn't bad, but it was unremarkable. But then later on, they just went crazy with post-launch support for that game and completely changed how it functions in a lot of areas. The Cyberpunk random pants failure is pretty funny. Definitely problematic if you were streaming. The intense hype for the game clouded a lot of people's judgment as well. That's true. That's true. Like, the aggressive marketing for fucking 7 years saying that it would be the greatest game ever really did not help manage people's expectations. I'll tell you that much. It really didn't. And of course, there was the pivot in terms of RPG elements in the story when they got Keanu Reeves attached. They rewrote the whole story around him. So that's when the life path system kind of changed to be the minor thing it is, instead of being like Dragon Age Origins level of, hey, this impacts stuff. You know, there's a bunch of things to it. But to your point, yeah, it can be really damaging. Hey, Vocal, how you doing? There are examples of things recovering from really rocky launches to the point where people kind of don't acknowledge that the rocky launch happened. Like, The Witcher 3 had an infamously bad launch. And it's just kind of, like, seen as one of the best game releases ever now. Even though it had a terrible launch. Hey, Supermix, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad review, and all the good stuff. And thank you for the good conversation. You got my thinking fruit going. I appreciate that. Any fire dots? Can a gamer get a fire dot? Thank you. I think I can just use Wild Swing for the rest of the game. Will I need the range at all for anything? I guess maybe I want to go 1-1 still, because, like, Manvark is going to kill me, as he does. Pretty good. It aged another year, so I'm just chilling today. Happy birthday, Vocal. Happy birthday. How old are we feeling? It's very loud stomach growl. I don't know if I might pick that up. Ooh, this is the mission where we get red suit. This person just popped into existence. Okay. Thank you. Most people think I'm older. Turned 23 today. 23 is where 23 is the last year I felt young. Had less random body pain. I could handle my alcohol. Had a hairline. You. Hope you don't have to hear "What's My Age" again by Blink-182 too much today. I don't know, Ken. I feel like that song is kind of like that joke isn't really done as much because that song is 20 years old now. Was it on the 2003 album? Or was it on the one before that? It's at least 20 years old. Try to keep physically active from the random makes. Yeah, they happen anyway. I think it's the one before that. That sounds right. 1999, so 24. Wow. Ooh. Old. Hey, Ghost Samurai, how you doing? Still blast out Walking on the Sun by Smash Mouth. It's crazy that 90s music is 3 decades
Tango
old.
spotted.
Comes on Smash Mouth's old me unironic banger. But Shrek. But Shrek. You guys think we're gonna live to see Shrek 5? Stop coming eventually, otherwise I need to see a doctor. Exclamation point only Shrek? Who has that as a command? I need to hang out there more.
Come on, listen. Tell me what you got.
We're coming for you.
Shrek him, hardly knew him, got him. Good one, Dex, you tell him. Shrek 5 comes out as good as Puss in Boots 2. It'd be fine seeing when I'm in deathbed. I still haven't seen Puss in Boots 2. I've heard nothing but good things, and it's on my, like, to-watch list. But I'm so behind. I still gotta see... Across the Spider-Verse, Puss in Boots 2. I gotta see Renfield. There's, like, something else I wanted to see, too. I still haven't seen the D&D movie. I gotta see all those. Not the cryo. Guess I have to kill you guys. Correct 29 for in the fall of 2077. In 2077, what makes you a criminal? Honor Among Thieves is surprisingly good. I heard that too. It's cool that like licensed movies are not as much of a meme nowadays. Obviously, we do still have the occasional stinker like Uncharted. But it's cool to see bangers outside of that, you know. Fuck you, Manvark. We hate Manvark here. Manvark is not our friend. For the WoW movie? I forgot that happened. Wasn't it just Warcraft? Or so many people in the theater on a Tuesday at 12 get a job, send your kids to summer. I mean, public school's out, so like, yeah, all the kids are in the theaters. That makes sense. The end of June. You gotta go early if you're doing weekday movies during the summer. You can't go late, because that's when the teenagers are trying to project how cool they are. You can't go in the middle of the day, because that's when all the families are. You gotta go early. How we can finally play the game. He said after getting the unique level 85 plus drop in Diablo 4 that the devs had to confirm exists.
Just feeding the birds.
The 1 in a bazillion drop rate I've seen some people defending. Of course, you're not supposed to actually have items in that game, Rune. Like, items with unique effects are designed to be used for builds. You aren't supposed to be used in builds. Idiot. What a fucking casual. It's supposed to be your first time playing a loot-based game. How you doing, Rune? Quick question, if I'm still chunking an HP bar with damage being nerfed by 80%, doing good damage? Yeah. Even better when I drop 5 times the same unique on my druid. Oh, that's great. See, that proves that the rates are too high, honestly, vibes, and they need to be nerfed, right? Because if you're getting any uniques at all, then it's not rewarding. It's only rewarding if nobody's enjoying themselves. I'd end up on a status build. Yeah, that'll definitely cut your damage. Kill boss in like 5 seconds. Dots are powerful. D4 community just being Lance community is fun. Yeah, it's the same voices who, think there's nothing wrong with Borderlands part system, yet those are the same people who burn out in Borderlands games in a month and wonder why they don't want to do anything, why they have no motivation. It is the same crowd. Makes you think.
Where you're going in style, adventurous.
Good news, I haven't seen a unique in the past 15 hours. I tried to play the game yesterday. I got bored after 10 minutes. Because my options were like, hey, do the same nightmare dungeon because only like 3 of them are actually efficient for XP. Or, I can go do a hell tide. That's it. It's like, no, I'm good. I'll just play something else. Bet you D4 eventually add hybrids on top of that. Fucking probably. With buffs would be nice in Nightmare Dungeons. I'm sure it'll help Rune, but like that doesn't solve the core problem of like there's nothing to fucking do in the game. If you don't want to level new characters or chase uniques with drop rates so low they may as well not exist, then like what do you do in that game? And the answer is nothing. Even seasons won't add a huge amount of longevity, driving W. Even seasons won't add a huge amount of longevity because you know what people did in Diablo 3 seasons is they pushed rifts. You know what's not in Diablo 4? Any sort of repeatable endgame. Hoping this game just BL2? No, BL2 did it better. Because remember, BL2 format copied Diablo 2 format, and Diablo 2 format had playthroughs as a huge portion of your playable content. The playthrough experience and doing build crafting through a playthrough is a lot of the appeal. Obviously, when you compare that to something like an endgame structure, I personally prefer the endgame thing, but there's merit to the playthrough build crafting thing. And that was a huge staple of D2. D4 doesn't have that as an option. Like, you get either 0 or 1 playthrough. Like, when you create a new character, if you've already beaten the story, you have an option to skip the story completely. And there's no run 2 of the story, it's just, that's it. That character will never be able to do a playthrough. Your original character can't go through, say, a Nightmare Mode playthrough, which was a staple for the franchise. Like, oh, okay. So you managed to have less content than a game that came out 23 years ago? That's impressive. Like Wonderland's Chaos Chamber? Exactly. It'd be like if Wonderlands did not have Chaos Chamber. Like, what would you do? Mirrors? People would get bored of that very quickly. People got bored enough of Chaos Chamber. I didn't, but a fair amount of people did. Chaos Chamber is one activity with a good amount of staying power, and it still didn't do enough. So imagine having a game where you have 0 activities. It's like how people didn't stick with Outriders to hit the max Apocalypse level because it was just leveling as content. You did the same couple of things, but you just leveled as content. A lot of people were off-put by the idea of doing Chaos 100 because there is nothing beyond Chaos Chamber. It's not like you were doing Chaos Chamber to prep for something else, it's you're doing Chaos Chamber for the sake of doing more Chaos Chamber. There's nothing after. D4 has this problem, but with less content than those games, so... I thing with D4 is it makes trying new builds prohibitively expensive. Yeah, with like the reroll costs and everything, it's so absurd. To fully upgrade a new item, you're spending like multiple Hell Tides worth of mats. And Hell Tides are a world event that take you, if you're really efficient, you can full clear out the chest in half an hour, and then the area stays there for like another half an hour. But like you get an hour every few real life hours. So we're talking minimum for like upgrading a new item, like 4 or 5 hours of work to upgrade one item, and there's no way of speeding it up. You can't just grind harder. It's no, the area to get the mats literally doesn't exist most of the day. Like, oh, okay. That's fun. I got red suit now, though. Didn't like the 100 grind for each character. I think 50 was solid. Well, that's the thing. Borderlands, and you know, it extends to Wonderlands. Lands players do not understand the concept of objective or of elective. Excuse me, I can't speak. Elective difficulty. And it's like if they see big number, they have to click big number. It took people like fucking 8 years to accept that OP levels were not for everyone. With chaos levels, they see 100, they're like, I am absolutely hating what I'm doing, and this doesn't get me anything at all, but I'm gonna throw myself into the meat grinder of going through chaos levels. Just cause big number. Like, you could just not. Not the system's fault that you have no self-control. I don't like all the traveling, I just want to be at the content. Understandable. We'll farm to level 100 in D4, but not Chaos 100 in Wonderland. Funny how that works. And the stated reason that they wouldn't do it in Wonderlands was no dedicated farms. Guess what Diablo 4 doesn't have, that Wonderlands did have? Farms. It's all bullshit.
How is about this weather we're having? Please don't respond. I truly don't care.
It's all bullshit. It's a very average size number, to be honest. Very respectable. Yeah. No, it's just it's a little cold, so the number looks smaller. But like it's a big number, I can tell you that much. Hey Savage, how you doing? I like big number, but I also enjoyed getting to C100. The game health improved with the C100 update. Just full stop. That's just how the game works. Game health got better. You don't have to like it, but it improved the game. Oh, you're making a joke. I was like, shift down or something. Man, I had no connection issues for like the first hour of stream, and now it's getting questionable. Use the amount of grind for C100 once again, Jacqueline. That's a you issue. So like, could you draw me a sketch of the person who was threatening you and forcing you to go click on Chaos Trial and then do the Chaos Trial? Can you give me their description? Or was it just you? Like, it's the same energy as I'm not particularly good at the Doom games, right? But I enjoy them in terms of vibe and in design, and I'm a casual enjoyer. I don't play Doom Eternal on Ultra Nightmare because it's the largest, because it's the farthest on the difficulty slider. It's technically the biggest number. I don't play on fucking Ultra Nightmare because that's not the gameplay experience I am after, and I don't get anything out of doing it other than frustration. So how is this different? Same reason normal mode for Ultra Kill exists. Right. Difficulty is an accessibility option. The entire point of a difficulty slider is for you to customize to the flavor of gameplay that allows you as an individual to enjoy the game the most. That's it. That is the only purpose it serves. So if you go on the highest one, and it requires progression towards, or is of a level of difficulty that you do not enjoy, it is nobody's fault except your own. You have forfeited all right to complain about it, because you did it to yourself. Bazillion mentality, higher number go burr, I suppose. Only play on hardcore. I tend to play most games on higher difficulties, like RPGs, looters. I go on the highest difficulty available just because that's the experience that I enjoy. But there are games that I don't play max difficulty. For example, like I mentioned, Doom. I do not play Doom on the highest difficulties because I'm not good enough, and it frustrates me, so I don't do it. It's that simple. You piss easy mode for Souls games because I'm bad. Souls fans are some of the worst about gatekeeping that shit. Like, if you use summons, which are the game's way of giving you an easier difficulty level, well, people will be like, nah, you didn't clear the boss. If you use ranged attacks, you'll be like, nah, you didn't do it right. Like, shut the fuck up. Play your game how you want to play it. Criticize difficulty for how it's implemented, not that it's hard. Even that, like, sometimes it just gets stupid because you'll have, say, Borderlands fans criticizing, being like, why are you just making things HP sponges? And they'll be talking about things that aren't HP sponges. I need to clip you saying that, shut the fuck up, it's such a mood. You have my full permission to use that clip for whatever you want, Vocal. If you need a soundbite of someone saying an exasperated shut the fuck up, I got you. Banger sound alert. Make it a redemption. Someone makes the clip, then yeah, I can do that. Terraria difficulty, Terraria shelling time. It's David Ends and why it's a rune has to shill for Terraria. It's okay though. Cyberpunk finding it hard to be just a bit much on the enemy damage player health ratio. It's early game hell. It's lopsided, Ken. So like Cyberpunk on very hard is brutal until it's easy. It's just like your access to damage mitigation skills is like the determining factor. You don't have a lot of those early game. But as soon as you get those, it's just fully easy. Like, you'll hit a point where if you're investing in, say, the cool tree, once you get, like, a good amount of points in there, you'll notice that enemies just can't kill you anymore if you're paying attention. But it's early game hell. So for me, it wasn't like, oh, I hate being at 100, more the grind. Like, difficulty amount of gameplay the id for was so tiresome until they patched it where you got like 5 per run. Those super dope. It's 5 per run up to 50, but like, still, the point stands. If you do not like the process of grinding to unlock those difficulty levels, then don't do it. I know that's not a perfect solution, and applying the logic of, you know, don't like, don't use to things like weapon balance is something I don't agree with, but it's as simple as nobody made you do it. You did it. That's it. The only issue I see with your point is actually BO3 is someone who doesn't like modifiers, they have no real choice in difficulty. See, that's valid, Vocal. You see, you got specific, and that's valid. I think that in a perfect world, BL3 having no modifier equivalents for each individual Mayhem level would have been better, but, like, the way it stands right now, if you don't want modifiers, you can go with, like, the less intrusive ones on, like, Mayhem 1, and then through, like, Mayhem 3, you can kind of make that work, but then once you get to 4, it's like, okay, it's really hard to get a set that's not intrusive. And then you don't have the option of no modifiers for anything except Mayhem 0 and Mayhem 10 difficulty. So, like, there's some difficulty levels that you just can't use. Effectively. So yeah, that's totally valid. I agree with that completely. That is a flaw of the difficulty system. And there's no but there, it's just a problem that they never resolve. Having 2 modifiers so close. Yeah, there's a couple in between that you can still kind of make work, but like there's some that you just can't. Like I think Mayhem 7, 6 or 7 is one of the really just shitty ones. And 6 especially is like unfortunate because that's where more gear opens up. So people want to be on 6. Just pissed that SMGs and ARs both use rifle ammo. Yeah. And snipers also share that type. I prefer Mayhem levels to OP levels. I do as well. But there are some shared problems. There are some that are unique to OP levels. There's some unique to Mayhem levels. Neither system is perfect. Yeah. Completed first playthrough on Analog Mayhem mode. Love this game. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. No sleeps. I'm a big fan of this game as well. Which character are you playing? Moze? Nice. I enjoy playing Moze as well. I pretty much enjoy all the Vault Hunters. Even my least favorite, which is Zane. There are things I can do on him that I enjoy. I've been doing a lot of Moze lately. Discussing Moze theory is always interesting. MAM setup also just bred a bunch of workarounds, skip to the top. It's been a while since I actually played a MAM level between 1 and 10. I really think that... So one of the things I did prefer about OP levels, and that's shared with Chaos levels, is that you had to earn them. Borderlands 3 suffered during its active cycle because a lot of the balance takes that led to direct changes to the game that made the game worse were pushed by people who were able to just jump to the highest mayhem, and then they failed at it, and then they decided that the game needed to be nerfed instead of them figuring out how to play the game on a difficulty level appropriate for them. That's how we ended up with the Guardian Takedown, for example. Got nerfed within 5 days of it coming out. They went outside of the normal update cycle to nerf the content 5 days after its release. And what they did was they cut the mob HP in half. That didn't stop the complaints because it wasn't a mob HP issue, but that's what people were saying was the issue because they didn't bother setting up their builds. So Mayhem 10 was new at the time. They just jumped to Mayhem 10, had no idea what was what, failed at it, and then blamed the game rather than their lack of preparedness. And that HP was never restored to the content. So it permanently suffered because of it. Launch Guardian Takedown was one of my favorite, if not my favorite, co-op experience in a LANs game ever, because those of us who were willing to take it seriously, we put together, like, co-op builds. We theory crafted our skill trees to have support setups for that shit. It was so cool. And that's something we'd never had to do in Borderlands before. But allowing people to skip to a difficulty level they had no business being on led to speeding up the power creep that this game was always going to have. But it sped up the power creep to the point where finding difficulty in this game is a little bit difficult nowadays. Just get a crit. Yeah, I always push back anytime I see someone saying to do that. Yeah, just go get an item that's available at level 8 that got a 500% buff that invalidates most of the other SMGs in the game, period. Just get that. You don't need to know how to play the game if you get that. And then, spoiler alert, people who follow that advice feel lost when they try to use anything else. It's not a healthy environment. Well, I think that enforced progression can get to be too much. I think that having to at least know what you're doing to be able to move your difficulty slider up, or having to at least do something to be able to move your difficulty slider up, is a bare minimum for ensuring some healthier balance on the higher difficulty levels. Oh, you jumped down. Okay. Honestly, would have liked if there was more direct interaction skill trees between characters like Aurelia and TPS. Maybe not an entire tree, but you know. Well, that's the thing. It wasn't an entire tree with Aurelia. People rounded up to an entire tree, but you only have to spend 4 dead skill points in her quote-unquote co-op tree to get back to the solo benefit stuff. 4 skill points. So this is in TPS. A game where you can cap all of your trees. So there's some characters who have more wasted points in trees that are designed for solo only. Like, it's a non-issue that kind of got blown out of proportion over time. And for that reason, because of that reception, I think that's one of the reasons we see even less of that in modern LANs skill tree design, stuff that's designed to work on allies. Gun is a crit. It's a Malon SMG you get from tipping Moxie. The crit and the hail both got 500-ish% damage buffs for no real reason, and they're some of the first guns available in the game. So if you follow people's advice of just going and getting them early, you never need to learn how anything in the game works, because those guns are just so powerful. Got them long, grabby hands. Yes, sir. Be more open to ally stuff when they update their netcode. Yeah, that's valid. Very fair, just saying I would have enjoyed personally, but I get why they moved away from that. Yeah, yeah. There's some core decisions they've kind of changed their stances on across games. Like, we don't get gun type specific buffs and trees anymore, and I think that's a good thing. But like arbitrarily having it so some characters were just at a disadvantage using, say, assault rifles was like weird. Especially because assault rifles in a lot of these titles struggle to find an identity versus SMG and pistol category consistently just having way too much going for it. Like, pistol category in BL3, for example, is fucking stacked. It's kind of absurd. Then ARs, you're like, hey, I like this one. This one's pretty okay. And that's about as warm a reception as you get in general use cases. Shootout mission to get divided we stand took me about 5 to 7 tries. That's a tough one. Enemies have good sight lines on you. There's a lot of them. Yeah, that's a tough one, Ken. Funny how all the balancing works. I'm sure it's crazy complicated. The biggest challenge I've ever had to BO3 is trying to do Malone takedown M1 at level 53. Malone takedown at release was straight up difficult. When it first came out, player power was a lot lower, so it was a legitimate challenge. For sure. It wasn't until, like, level 57 where that started really getting trivialized. What you're talking about. I love my full auto sniper pistols. Love to see more range, hit count synergy in trees. We get hit count synergy to some degree, but nearly no range stuff. Range is an interesting thing to do, though, because, like, the way they tend to design a lot of boss fights and mobbing encounters is those skills won't be relevant. BL3 is pretty good about it, honestly. Like, Ambush Predator on Flak is a range-dependent thing. Personal Space on Amara is a range-dependent thing, and those both get good value. Despite having inverse qualities. They both have good uptime and good value and stuff. Breaker is another range one. Those all work. But, like, Wonderlands, for example, the way it's designed is everything's close quarters, and you don't have long sight lines, so like anything, hey, get some range, it's not gonna work. Their map designers are good enough to make it work. Yeah, they absolutely are. It's just they tend not to structure things in a way where I would want it to be a feature over other things, I guess, is my take on that. Think you had Chaos Bug? That would make sense. Still possible to kill really fast without damn dot on, even on a dot build, but yeah, you need a pretty high-end build for that. It's true. How to shoot while having drunk eyes? Yeah, fair enough. Look how tall Troy is. He's taller than Iron Bear in this boss fight. He's not that tall normally. I was talking about this earlier with Aurelia. Just the human bosses get really tall in this game. I think you can still do it at long range, become something like 8 meters. That's like Outriders and D4 both do that. Long range is simply anything that isn't close range. Like, there's no short, medium, long. It's like you're either in close range or long range. And I think that works.
Tyrene! Come a little closer! Feel my power!
I'm feeling it, Troy. You're doing a good job.
Sword time, bitch!
Have a fire dot, please.
Elvis is charged! You lost!
There's a fire dot. Currently going through the Bloodshot Dam TDR Torg Axton. Nice. Axton underappreciated. Love to see the Axton love. Bloodshot's a pretty fun mobbing area. Bloodshot Stronghold.
Just die already! I am unstoppable!
I unstoppable.
Sigh.
Amped up on the Fed Tyrene. Nice. Yo, we got the Occultist. This used to always drop from Troy. I haven't seen it in so long. It's never been buffed, as you can tell by the card value. Hey, we got the Horny decoration.
It's not over yet. You acquired my Iridian amplifier. Well done.
Iridium, the ultimate PED. Had an interesting conversation with someone yesterday who was adamant that, man, they just made Iridium not mean anything anymore in BL3. I was like, what? Like, they're talking plot-wise.
Loot chest alert! Your luckiest viewers will win a copy of any piece of loot you just found.
That section of the game. Yeah, the Great Vault is where this game peaks for me. Brother, Troy uses it to pull the moon. I know! I know! Never been buffed playthrough is a good idea, Jaybridge. I kind of like that. I kind of want to put together a list, actually. Maybe we should do that. Maya uses it to beat a door. Yeah, Maya has to use alien PEDs because she took an L to a door. Troy uses it to juice up to phase lock a moon. It's mentioned that Tyrene is using it early in the game to power herself up. Troy is also using it to create his anointed. You can see what they turn into Iridium when you kill them. The enemies in the cartel event are literally an Iridium cartel. It's explained in the audio things from the scans that the reason why Pandora houses the Destroyer is because it's got a, like, it's made of Iridium, so that makes it a good jail. Like, self-professed lore experts that don't pay attention to the lore, or it's a good microcosm of how the Borderlands community interacts with people. Iridium charge guns would have been cool. That would have been cool. I like that idea. Yeah, that would have been real cool. save quit? I think this is save quit. Throwing the Iridium Bar on the enemies. I want a melee weapon for a character that's just, instead of Moze using a knife, it's just an Iridium brick. You just bop someone with it. Only one person I trust with the lore for this game, that's because ADHD hyperfixation on it. Nice. It's useful. It's useful. Hell, the reason why I retain so much information about build crafting in this game is because that's where my ADHD hyperfixates. Just useless information. We could navigate to Necrotafeo, but first I want to go try to get an anointed red suit from Earl. So, list of weapons that have never been buffed. We've got definitely the Occultist. I want to look at Loot Lemon and see what else we can... That Warden was resistant to Explosive. Explosive isn't an element. We're talking BL3. Talking BL2, I have no idea. You mentioned you were playing 2, so I assume you're talking about something in 2. Vocal would know. Let's pull up Loot Lemon. I'm curious. Borderlands 3 weapons. Otherword. Right, yeah, I wouldn't know then. This is for Jay Bridges' idea. So weapons that have never been buffed. We got the full list of the 331 uniques. I mean, there's actually more than 331. These are the ones Loot Lemon has. Has 9 Volt ever been buffed? No, 9 Volt has been buffed. Pretty sure AAA has been buffed. Oh, no, there's nothing in the changelog. Has AAA never been buffed? That doesn't sound right. I guess leave a tab open for AAA. ASMD has been fucked with. Agonizer. I don't think that's been... Yeah, Agonizer's been left alone. Okay. Just a grenade splash. Thank you, Vocal. Alchemist? But Alchemist isn't bad, though. But it has been buffed. Like, we're going never been buffed. I want to be super tricky with this. Jacob's pistols have gotten a buff, so Amazing Grace is out. Amber Management. This kind of gets silly if we go into purples. I'm going to leave purples alone because most of them haven't been buffed. We'll go legendaries. Got manufacturer buffs. We'll put an asterisk next to manufacturer buffs. We'll see. We'll see. This has gotten buffed. We might have to not include certain things. Okay, yeah, Baby Maker got a specific buff. I was gonna say, like, if that was on the table, yikes. And obviously there's some stuff we can't, like, Backburner's ever been buffed, but, like, hello. Bangarang has only ever gotten nerfed, but the Bangarang is still good. I think Bearcat's gotten a buff. Yeah, Bearcat has gotten a 200% buff in 2021. And it got its ammo cost halved. That's how bad the Bearcat is. Thought AAA caught a general buff. It's good now, Copium. Yeah, maybe AAA got a general buff. I think it probably did. Like, they buffed every category of pistol. At some point, I thought. Bitch has been buffed. Bite size not in the game. Bird of Prey is good. Becca's been buffed. Beacon's been buffed. Beacon got a day 1 buff. Funny enough. Has Barrage ever been touched? I think Doll AR's got a buff at some point, but like Barrage hasn't gotten a specific buff. We might have to narrow it down to specific buffs and then like disallow certain things, you know? Because like Malawan has gotten manufacturer buffs. Every single Malawan gun has technically been buffed. Yeah, this could get interesting. This could get interesting. Kind of like the idea. Good one, J-Bridge. Yeah, this could definitely get tricky. It would have to be, like, things that have never specifically been buffed that aren't, like, known to be good. And there's a lot of items that got buffed the day they became available. So there's a surprisingly high number of things that gets ruled out by this. For example, the Mongol was buffed when it was made available. It was in the game files for forever, but didn't have a drop source and didn't world drop. They buffed it with the hotfix that made it available. So technically, Mongol is out. On Bartles, we have any specific elemental resistances? No idea. More BL2 stuff. Wouldn't know. I don't retain details from that game. At least not details that specific. Granola bar. Most of DLC 3 is already out on that account. Yeah, there are a lot of day 1 buffs for DLC 3 items. How many characters do you have when you play first? In terms of number of save files I have in my folder, 1,803. In terms of what I played first, Flack. Flack was my first, and Flack is my favorite. Oh shit, no way. A lot of them are copies of other saves. A lot of them are there for testing purposes. That's not a 1,803 playthroughs. But I do have a lot of saves in my folder. Why so many? I'm a theory crafter. I'm one of the people who helped put together a lot of the community resources for, you know, just telling people how this game works. I've done a lot of build crafting, done a lot of testing, and I've done a lot of playthroughs. So all that adds up to I just have need for a lot of save files. It's like why I was just on Lululemon, has a lot of information, those kind of things. Oh yeah, Lululemon's a fantastic resource, huge vouch. First was Zane unreleased, remember people saying it was the weakest class. So like, technically speaking, he was. But it's kind of like how right now, if, you know, gun to my head, you're like, who's the weakest character? I would have to say Amara, but like that doesn't mean Amara's weak, and also it's an imperfect metric because there's a bunch of areas where she's stronger than others or strongest. It's a flawed way of determining character strength. And player power overall was a lot lower back at launch, and also player need for power was lower at launch. Remember, we didn't have takedowns back then. This was Mayhem 3 HP. Like, sure, Zane doing a lot less damage than Zane would later do is true, but like he didn't need that damage for anything then, right? And there are a lot of things he could still do for a lot of power that people just weren't doing. For example, double barrel digiclone builds. Almost nobody was messing around with that at that time. And it was still very, very powerful. Right to that butt that theoretical person who shot you.
I've got an idea.
Sure.
Thing I told you.
Is this thing on? Test, test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you?
You don't want to miss it!
I want to go until I see a red suit. Just for the validation. It's funny, this is actually the most optimal way of getting a red suit in this game. The Dolly Parton song, Jolene. I know of it, yeah. AC Rad Whispering Eyes? That's cool. It's only 20 iridium, I'll buy that. You remember why I chose Zane? Usually my first character is always the assault rifle type build because I thought Zane would be a good choice for it. I mean, he kind of most likely is, right? For AR use, I would definitely say it's between Zane and Flak, depending on the AR in question. Like, there's ARs that are friendly to other characters as well, but talking a numbers game. I'm 16 Stagecoach. That's sick. Yo, I love save quitting. Borderlands 4 to come out soon. We have no news on that. I would not expect it anytime soon, and I also don't want it anytime soon. Reason being, I want them to let it cook. I don't want them to rush it. I don't want the Borderlands IP to become this, like, phoned-in yearly or bi-yearly release thing. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I know a lot of people don't want to wait as long as they had to wait for Borderlands 3. You know, it was 5 years after TPS. It was or was it 6 years after TPS? Was TPS 13 or 14? It's 13, right? 6 years. But BL2 was 2012, so obviously you had a gap. Is the point there? But like, I don't want them to rush because there's some things that I really want them to get right, and also there's the issue of we talk about this fairly often at this point. Console generations. I would rather they release something at a time where they don't have to play console hot potato. Like, if they were to release it right now, like this moment, the idea of a PS4 Xbox One release wouldn't be entirely off the table if it wasn't like Unreal 5. And like at that point, no. So the point is, I just want them to let it cook. Want it to be good. What kind of damage does Bearfist do? Action skill damage. It is not melee. If that's where you were you're curious about, Craft Knight. When you consider the banger of a game we got after that long wait, though, yeah, like, good things come to those who wait. Obviously, waiting too long becomes a problem. Because then you have stuff like, you know, Duke Nukem Forever, which was in the oven too long. And you definitely don't want to do the hype campaign that Cyberpunk did, where they jerked off the game for 7 years and promised things they couldn't deliver, even though the game was still good, expectations would never have been met.
Is this thing on? Test, test.
Sorry for the connection. My ISP is being especially shitty today.
For you. You don't want to miss it.
Thing is, I feel like Hot Potatoes what they aim for. Release a year before new gen, re-release on next gen. BL2 and BL3 did it. Can't say that you're wrong. I can just say that I hope you're wrong. And that the trend breaks. Hey, Tropicana, how you doing? In my case, at least, there's a lot to do in BL3 too, especially if you want to try a lot of mods. Yeah, there's so much you can do in this game, and like BL2 is kind of like that as well. It's a good holdover game because there's just enough content, and then the modding community provides replayability. There's all the challenge runs and stuff you can do. Like BL2 and BL3 are games with good longevity. Like, I'm not worried about us running out of things to do, despite the common talking point that gamers who only play extraction shooters are like, they're not making good games anymore. Like, alright, settle down, cowboy. Rate it in. Going alright? Glad to hear. Glad to hear. BL2 released first only for console. It was Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 when it first came out, right? Was PC simultaneous or was it a port later? I don't remember. This was 11 years ago. I was in my first semester of college when that game came out. It was all platform, so yeah, it was PC, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 at the time then. Let me do 5 more. I don't want to save quit this for too much longer, but I wanted an anointed red suit. Something I can always come back for later. My current one hasn't been out-leveled yet. You know, it was just for,
This thing on? Test, test.
hopefully an ASC fire for flame consistency.
For you. You don't
Never
want
lucky.
to miss it.
3 Road Warriors in 1. Alright, game. I know you're telling me to fuck off right now. And I'm gonna. Just a couple more. Just a couple more. Yeah, we'll be able to finish the story. That's why I'm dragging my feet a little bit.
This thing on?
Test. Hey, Vault Hunter. We got an opportunity for you. You don't want to miss it. Hey, red suit. So, not the anoint I wanted, but still a beneficial one. Got even the same augments. Worked out. I don't get why a game would want to sell only to Sony when they make more money if released on all platforms. Depends on how much Sony pays them. And depends on the studio. Like, if the studio is already under Sony's umbrella, that's what they're going to do anyway. It's directed by Sony. Right, so like, the devs of the God of War games, Sony Santa Monica, they aren't gonna be deving for like all platforms, right? They're making PlayStation games. Sony also cuts dev costs a ton, both through good oversight and by no need to dev 3 platforms. Yeah, it just makes sense. And in terms of console presence right now, like, more people have PlayStation 5s just because, and this has been admitted by the CEO of Xbox himself, Xbox is not competitive this gen. They lost the previous gen and they're floundering this gen. So consumers built their library over on Sony platforms. Meaning if you're gonna do one exclusive platform, that's the one. Because that can actually drive console sales, which will make Sony want to invest more in them. So it's like this self-sustaining feedback loop. Console hardware is essentially PC hardware. With current gen consoles, they're actually pretty good. So yeah, like you get a PS5 or Xbox, whatever the fuck it's currently called. It's better than the PC that you're seeing me play this on right now. Xbox's best niche is Series S being a killer emulator. That's sad. First one corrosive. Hey, congrats.
Just feeding the birds.
Xbox is platform agnostic. In which way, Virgil? Ooh. Punches are just so satisfying. Direct storage is a big advantage too. Hope a PC equivalent rolls out soon. Yeah, same. Forspoken uses direct storage. That's cool. Yo, Optimum, you want to give me my upload back?
Flying!
I love being throttled. Pause. Spoken doesn't use direct storage fully. GPU decompression is a major DS feature it can't use because of the dated 1.0 API they used.
A fair price for peace of mind. You know where
I still have not played Forspoken, and I really want to anyway, despite the reception, because I thought the combat systems, you know, before release looked like they had some cool ideas. It's just a game's backlog, and the fact that I would definitely not be doing it for content, so finding the time is even more difficult. Demo you can try. There is the demo. That's true, dog. Forgot about that. How you doing, by the way? You got that dog in you? Throttle should have told us sooner. Thanks, Typhon. Very cool. Typhon DeLeon, my favorite character. Got that frog in me, based. Called dog Miss Piggy. Ah. What if I told you the Big Juicy had that dog in him?
Whoa!
So the logic behind Red Suit is we get all the benefits of Embers, because the Skagden and Big Surplus bonus elements can still apply fire dots. It's still splash. But we get access to Red Explosions, and we get an additional stack of Harmageddon. Which is Moze damage on our single target as well. I myself binging that dude's videos, and the next thing you know, there goes an hour. It'd be so fucking funny. Any chance maybe grab the increase AoE skill? Bearfist, Moze, or testing with? Yeah, I did. Or cross promotion? Yeah. Running Windows 10, etc., so not happened for a bit. Yeah, I have been dragging my feet on all Stripe of PC upgrade for years now, because it just hasn't felt like the right time, price-wise and future-proofing-wise. But, like, I'm still on Windows 10 with my PC screaming at me that it's not good enough for Windows 11, and I'm like, bro, I know. Don't feel any need. I kind of sometimes do, depending on, you know, which new game I'm looking to play, but I haven't had any significant trouble yet. Other than my my GPU gets pretty loud during the summer, but that's pretty much it. It's something I do want to at least pay attention to, though, because, like, if my PC was to shit out, then, like, I can't work until it's fixed. And I don't want to suddenly be walled by a game that I didn't expect to be walled by, that I had content planned for, you know? When games I want to play start coming out, need more VRAM, I'll shop. But my PC doesn't make money. Yeah, obviously a different set of circumstances. Yo, where's my fire dots? Any fire dots? Any fire dots? These guys dot immune or some shit? you definitely have dots on you, just I didn't get flame triggers. Weird. If you don't stream, what am I supposed to do during the day? Work? Unimaginable. Another Tyrone fight, much shorter one this time. Underrated joke, J-Rich. Very nice. The Tyrone Calypso took a little longer than Tyrone Smallums. Do you like action roguelites? Yeah, I do. I haven't played Dead Cells, but it's one of those things that, you know, people in my orbit have enjoyed a lot, so I've watched it played, just, you know, rotting in the backlog. Hey, Co-Custom, welcome in. New to the stream, how do you bypass the speech it gives about finding high ground before shooting generator? I have a dialogue skip mod installed. It doesn't skip all dialogue, but like, most of the kind of things you'd have to wait around for, it just progresses. It's not perfect, it's very buggy, like there's some things I need to save quit out of because of the dialogue skip mod. But it shortens a bunch of things up. Play with a couple basic quality of life mods. Dialogue skip, increased photo mode, camera range, one that suppresses the item of the day pop-up in vendors to reduce vendor crashes. Nothing gameplay affecting, but quality of life. Dialogue skip a command. It's like it's a once stream master in playthroughs. It's not a command, but maybe it should be. There's better forms of dialogue skip available now, though. Like, there's a much newer one that, like, you can opt in. Like, you press a button, it'll skip whatever dialogue's playing right now. But that's not what I'm using. I'm using the old janky one people have been using since, like, 2020. Bearfist, consider me a bear, then. Threaten me with a good time. How you doing, Gage? Not so nice, even with the occasional bug. Yeah, like I said, there's a more refined version. I believe Epic made a YouTube video on it. I'd recommend that. Here, let me see if I can find that. Yeah, here it is.
Hey, what is...
There's the man himself. Yeah, this one. This is the newest form of dialogue skip. Explains how it works and shows you where to get it. Was that the Rat Man? It was. Yeah, with Wonderlands I go super basic and I just delete certain game files. That's also kind of scuffed. Yeah, I think one of the things about this game that that if you resolve, it really improves your experience is the pacing issues from waiting for dialogue. Without that, the playthroughs are infinitely more enjoyable. I can tell you I would not be doing as many playthroughs as I have lately without some sort of dialogue skip mod. Wonderlands had me one more PC for things like Redux, Virgil. Name recommendations. No talk. Yeah, sure. That works. Just frames? Fair enough. I initially played BL3 on PS4 when that came out, so like I remember how poorly that ran. But I quickly switched to PC in the third month of the game. And I've not played a Lands title on console since then. I still think it's crazy that like Wonderlands came out on those consoles, but side thing. You 200% Typhon speed boost mod. Yeah. Oh, this long speech file, delete. Oblivion Override. I've heard of that. Heard of that. I don't remember where I've heard of that, but I have. I'll try it out today. Yeah, let me know what you think. Recursion. PK's Wave. Nice. Thank you, Chris. I feel like every time I've swapped hardpoints on Bear, I've put the grapple one on the opposite hand, so I never know which hand it's on until I start clicking. Forgot how good the soundtrack was in this. Like, this game's OST goes unreasonably hard. Just every single track. With the exception of Arms Race is a little polarizing, which I get. And I personally just hate the DLC 3 soundtrack. It doesn't sound like music. It's just a bunch of repetitive, annoying sounds that make my skin crawl. I have to turn it off during DLC 3, because it just makes me actually physically uncomfortable. I don't know why. Maybe I'm sensitive to certain sounds. But outside of that, BL3 soundtrack is amazing. And there's so many tracks we don't even really get to hear much of. Like, do you know that the two guardians you fight right before you fight Grave Ward, you know, Grave and Ward, they have their own boss track? Grave Ward itself has like a 6-minute boss track. The first phase of Woden with that first shield has its own track. Like, there's so much good music in this game. I think Wonderlands is better than every other Lands game, blowing up the ocean scene. I mean, it's not the only thing, but yeah, that's definitely one of the highlights. That scene's awesome. Absolutely not the only thing, though. For example, melee system. Definitely does that better than all the other ones. I like not driving. That was huge, too. In this stream, we are massive fans of level design in Lands games. The level designers absolutely know what they're cooking. They do good shit. Until they're forced to account for vehicles. Vehicle sections are among the worst playable set pieces in these games, and they would be better without them. D3 shields for Woden certainly helped. Phase 2 Woden music. I Want to Take Down is my favorite part of BL3 OST. It's incredibly good. Of course, there's the event soundtracks. You got the Captain Haunt music. You've got Cartels, of course. I want to point out that the good OST isn't unique to BL3. Like, BL3 is obviously memorable. Like, there's some great tracks in previous Borderlands games as well. Already fast travel points when I need vehicles. I mean, yeah. And also, I bought Borderlands, not Mad Max. You know, the first Borderlands was definitely different with those Mad Max vibes, but it was never one of the gameplay highlights. Like, the entire thing that sets Borderlands apart is the wacky characters with the action skills and the really silly guns and grenades, and that's all stuff that is completely invalidated as soon as you get in a vehicle. What my cooking artifact was? If anything could benefit me? I guess this. Fuck it. Am I using the same grenade? I've been using the same pistol and grenade. Obviously the class mod this entire playthrough. This Hex is still able to kill things. Stand Snowdrift. Snowdrift's great. Just, I don't have enough distance to cover for me to deem it worth doing that when I can just have more damage. Missed. Come on, FlameCon. Please proc. Kinda need you. Come on. Come on. Oh. That's fine. Can we get the bounty hunter? Huge. Splash Radius, wow. Splash Radius Doll Crit is an insane roll. I keep getting crazy bounty hunters on every character other than Flak here. For all my complaints about things have too many scalers in lands games, Iron Bear is the opposite problem. Elaborate. Like, I think Iron Bear's a too many and not enough situation, which is what makes it interesting to talk about. Out of context, someone's gonna say, Quag saying buff Iron Bear. Stop. Please no.
May they bring you many kills. You can see yourself out, huh?
Oh, my stream keeps buffering. I mean, it's happening on my end, I'm pretty sure. Not on my end, but my ISP is dog shit. So they just kind of decide to throttle my connection throughout the day. Some days it's stable, some days it's not. Today it's more on the side of not. Guardians have no health. Like, actually buff Iron Bear, I missed those quarterly buffs. It was actually quarterly Iron Bear buffs for like a year and a half. It's craziness. Good command stump. Use the level in BO3, scrap traps. Scrap trap nest in DLC 1. It's just the word buff, Jacqueline. You just anytime someone starts a sentence with a word buff, now if Nightbot is off cooldown, it's gonna say someone say buff Iron Bear. That's what makes it funny. You're looking rather unkempt. Ah? Because... Oh, we got Shockhammer. We can do the silly now. Stop. You know I won't. Boo. Okay, deserved. Only 286. You guys need to hold me to a higher standard. Flare, Calm Splash, Artifact AoE, Hardpoint Annoyance. That's about it for standard use. High damage on gear. Okay, yeah. That's true. The thing about Iron Bear that makes it weird is you both don't need much and you can't do much to improve its damage. It's like you're always very close to the baseline. Like you can increase having Hardpoint Annoyant, correct choice of class mod, supporting passives on artifacts and class mod, and then like big kick energy mayhem modifier. But then you're looking at having to do real weird specific shit to increase Bear's damage. Not that it needs to be increased, but it's one of those, like, if it had limited uptime, it would be bad compared to a lot of other action skills.
I swear.
If it had limited uptime. But it doesn't. It's permanent, so its efficiency is the draw, rather than the power. So, like, Iron Bear is both overpowered and overrated. I get you. I get you. Maybe I'm not gonna get you. Just charge me. Bro, just charge me. It'll be okay. Charge me. They even have that attack? Do base game like Thori Sarahs have that attack at all? It might not. That might be a GTD Sarah thing. I'm hearing his. They get melted by a level 13 hex.
They couldn't hack it.
Level 35. Cool. Fair, having the same peak but a lower floor would be my preference. Let it scale more. Both for how it makes theory crafting more interesting as it forces choices. Less power this really would be healthy. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have preferred if when they added like all the extra bear stuff they did with DLC 5 and then subsequently 6, if as they had done that, they had also reduced Bear's base. Like adding the hardpoint annoyance with up to 300% depending on which annoyant you're using. They could have then accompanied that with damage penalties to Bear at base to give you incentive to use those annoyants. To also create a power gap between full power and, you know, baseline. But they didn't do that. They just kind of kept buffing it. once again an example of how nerfs can make a game healthier. Nerfs are good. And I know this is going to make a couple people's blood boil, but I would rather an environment with too many nerfs than an environment with too many buffs. If I had to pick, obviously the ideal is you get a good balance of each. But if I had to pick, I would rather too many nerfs than too many buffs. Dukes was holy crit for balancing purposes. Yeah, just huge percentage reduction to your overall damage unconditionally. Yeah, that tracks. Unfortunately, gearboxes know the gold medium between buffs and nerfs. Well, that's not true at all, because they've done nerfs responsibly in several periods of time. It's just the fan base has never received it as such. There has literally never been a time in the history of the balancing of a Gearbox game where they have done proportionally more nerfs than buffs. Ever. Literally never has that happened. But we've absolutely gotten windows of time where they overbuff. So they're certainly better at doing one thing than they are the other.
Gotta get that machine up and running.
But I would say, you know, less buffs, more nerfs still. Once again, that lines up with my preference of if we're gonna have too many of one thing, give us the healthier one. Only nerf I've ever been miffed about was Gold Rush. That one was annoying. For sure, that one was very annoying. I'm also annoyed by the White Elephant one because people always gave the White Elephant too much credit, and like now it's actually bad. Whereas it wasn't overpowered before, just decent with competition, but now it's actually bad.
I've got something for you.
Yeah, Gold Rush one really annoyed me though. Sawmill and Wonderlands I'm sour about. Another example of they tried to please based on feedback from a category of people who shouldn't have been listened to. Now, there's a lot of things you shouldn't listen to certain categories of player about. Like, for example, maybe don't listen to me on how much HP bosses should have. That's kind of a given. But do not listen to the general audience of any lands game on weapon balance. Ever. They're going to have BL3 purists the same way we got BL2 purists now when BL4 comes out. Absolutely, Vocal. Absolutely. And that's going to hurt my heart because it's going to be one of those situations where now I'll be in the position that you often find yourself in, where you share a favorite entry with some people who are just absolutely not adults about it. Don't listen to any of the audience in the first month either. No one knows enough. Agreed. I remember month 1 of Wonderlands, people were asking for melee buffs. Glad they didn't listen to that. And even those of us who, you know, wow, my game is chugging. Why are you going to 15 FPS in places? Even those of us who do try to know a little bit more, always have some off takes month 1 as well. Why'd you go that way? It's rude. I did like short fuse month 1. Yeah. Good example. Noticing BL3 performance issues after the latest big update. Okay, so it's not just me. Also, the viewpoint Gearbox is better at buffing than nerfing skews the issue. The truth is Gearbox does value buffs over nerfs. Seem to believe OP players are more valued in the community than true balance. And I think there was a noticeable shift in their balance philosophy and in how they viewed balancing the game in general. After that backlash where people invented this narrative that they were nerfing more than they were buffing. This was in month 2 of Borderlands 3, October 2019. And you know, it wasn't even true then. That was when they were most nerf heavy, and it was still overwhelmingly favoring buffs. We have the numbers to prove that. There's a literal spreadsheet for it. But after that backlash, not only did we start getting less comprehensive hotfix and patch notes, like they started leaving out numeric values in fear of backlash, obviously. But they also just stopped tweaking things in certain ways. I'm not going to entirely blame the community for that, but I don't think they're free of blame.
I'm on a freaking roll!
Keep in mind, these are some of the same people who, like, to this day, there's some people who have me blocked on social media because I told them they hadn't picked up a calculator when they publicly rage quit a game over a 2% damage loss for their build. And when I called them out for being full of shit, saying that their build died because of a 2% damage loss. What's your opinion on items that are statistically impossible to get? I got a friend arguing the fact you'll never see certain items in D4 as a plus. I talked about that a bit earlier, loading screen. I think it's fucking stupid. If it's an item that has a purpose in gameplay, it should be reasonably obtainable. Sure, make it a chase, but make it obtainable. The fact that the devs had to 2% damage loss, this is when they balance rings in Wonderlands, Ken. They had a week where they buffed 10 rings and nerfed 6, I think is what it was. Or they buffed 8, nerfed 6. It was something like that. It was in favor of buffs. And I mathed out what an average player's ring might look like at that point in the game and how much damage they lost overall in their kit from that. Based on some stuff I had in my own backpack at the time. And I was more picky about gear than your average player, so, you know, gave them benefit of the doubt. And you lost, depending on how good your gear was, between 1 and 5% damage overall from that one ring being nerfed, and that didn't account for all of the ones they buffed. So, you know, just Borderlands fans and Lands players in general being cry bullies about numbers that they don't bother to try to understand. But yeah, my take loading screen is like, if you create a situation where you have items that have unique effects in your build crafting based game, because that is the core of looters and ARPGs, it's the build crafting. If you have items that have unique effects, especially, for example, one of the controversial uniques in D4 is a helmet that gives you +4 in every single skill. Not just like, you know, BL3 class mods where you can get up to +5 in one of your skills. No, +4 in fucking everything. Obviously a highly sought after item. You know, that's the level of these effects. That's how good they are for build crafting. People really want them. If you're gonna gate them behind level 85 plus, which requires multiple hundreds of hours to get to, so level 85 plus, and then they have such a low chance of actually dropping that the developers had to confirm to the player base that they're enabled in the game. Like, the devs had to go on social media and be like, yes, they are dropping, because there were no confirmed sightings. People were like, nah, you made that up. If you're a build crafting game that already has less content than the previous 3 if we include Immortal, which is crazy to me, previous 3 entries, it has less content, and the focus is the build crafting, yet you're putting infinite chases in, you fucked up. And the people defending that are the same people who will say things like specific part issues in Borderlands and Wonderlands aren't a problem. And often, those people will slide into this really shitty area of gatekeeping, where they'll be like, well, you're not supposed to get this after so many hours. And it's like, says fucking who? So do you think that my time isn't as valuable because I want to actually craft builds instead of chasing a carrot infinitely with having the stick shoved up my ass and twisted? Like, you think my time's less valuable than yours because I consume the game differently? No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Items should be obtainable. It's as simple as that. Belief to the contrary is, at best, unintentionally having grown to like poor design choices, mistakes in game design. At worst, you're fucking gatekeeping. Tell me how you really feel. The same brain rot in people who will defend part system bloat in Borderlands is present in the Diablo community, and it is the same people who will burn out on that game in a month, the same way they burn out on every Borderlands release in a month. And they won't introspect on why that is. It's the same people saying the same dumb shit and making it everyone else's problem. Yeah, Avatar was unobtainium. That's the one. Also don't understand Azari Benny saying that having certain builds log behind statistical impossibilities is good design. How so? That's like saying, no, having a percentage of the population unable to purchase food, that's good for society somehow. Like, how? Elaborate. Other people not getting something is good for you somehow? Does it make you feel good in your yes zone? Like, to see someone else just not getting theirs? Like, what is it? My personal opinion is that it just boils down to that really shitty basic form of toxicity where people can only feel like they're special if someone else is failing at something. But I don't want to project that onto everybody and assume that that's how everyone views it. I'd like to be proven wrong. But it does truly feel like it's the people who can't feel like they're winning unless someone else is losing. You could just have everybody win. Especially in a video game where it's supposed to be for enjoyment. get level locking stuff, but like making things at 1 in a million drop rate is insane. Right, you could do just the level lock, and then that makes sense, because in itself, getting to level 85 where those items get added into the drop pool is already hundreds of hours. Like, I put in like 150 hours to that game in like the first week and a half or something incredibly unhealthy, and I got to level 70. Much less 85. If you level lock today, hit like level 60 and you could actually access it. It doesn't need to be unobtainable. That doesn't create gameplay. It doesn't make it special for anyone who did get it any more than it already would be. It is, in my opinion, just rooted in this idea that some people can't fucking stand the idea of other people having access to things that they want, even if it's an infinite pool. Even if the existence of the drop doesn't stop you from having it, if someone else has it, it's seen as some sort of, like, no, that's not okay, it's not special anymore. Like, oh, okay, that's cool. Inflating luck and persistence with skill. Infuriating. Item on rarity, make it obtainable, like a 1 in 100 shot. Yeah, obtainable is reasonable. I'm not saying make it easy, but reasonably obtainable. Like, you shouldn't have to grind a game like a full-time job for literal months to have a reasonable chance to get something. Like, there's people who have gone hard on D4 all day, every day, since it came out. Some of them being fellow creators. You know, people like Chadley and Moxie who never turn off the game. Who don't have these items. So, like, if the people who can afford to put in the time investment to literally do it professionally, like they are being paid to be there, if those people aren't benefiting, how do you think a casual player who just likes Diablo and maybe wants to get some cool builds together because they saw a creator they like playing a build and they'd like to replicate it, like, how do you think those people fucking feel? Like, for example, my dad likes Diablo. My dad's been playing Diablo since the first one. He's the one who got me into it. My dad is 65 years old. He's not gonna grind Diablo 4 like it's his fucking job. At 64, I'm not gonna grind my job like it's my fucking job. Relatable. That's super relatable, Scar. And then, of course, one of the arguments you'd get from the crowd of people that we're accurately tearing to bits right now, upon me saying something like that, is, well, then it's just not for you. Or it's just not for him, in reference to, you know, me bringing up my dad. It's like, okay, motherfucker, so you're telling me intellectual property that I consider very important to my identity as a gamer, one of my first games that I really got into being Diablo 2. I have thousands of hours across all the games, and I've been enjoying the IP for the last 20 fucking years. You're telling me that I'm now invalid because you don't like the idea of someone else using the same item as you, and you don't think you're special if anyone else gets lucky? Grow up. That's what I have to say to those people who think that their experience would be hurt by drops being reasonably obtainable. I would like to tell them to grow the fuck up. important to my identity as a gamer as a concept can be twisted for good or bad. That's absolutely true, Stump, but in this particular instance, I mean, like, it was one of the first games where I went, wow, I could play this for a long time. I like games that feel like this. And it's one of the first games that got me into, like, build crafting, which is something I hugely enjoy in every game I play. It's a formative experience. For a lot of people, the first game they really got into is indicative of what kind of games they like to play. Some people grind the unobtainable thing just because it's that rare, achievement hunters. And yeah, they can still have that while other people can enjoy the game. That's the thing. It's not a mutually exclusive thing. Only one crowd of people want to take away the option to have an experience from the other. Some people are like, hey, I'd like to be able to use this item before I die. And then another crowd of people are like, no, the idea of that offends me. It's like, bro, if you want it to be that rare, just flip a coin every time you actually get the drop, and if it doesn't come up the result you call, then you throw it in the trash and farm it again. There you go. You've inflated the numbers again. Like, you can self-impose, whereas other people, if they want to play the game, their options are limited. Roguelikes is for those people? Which category? Are you talking about people who would like to specifically play a game? So, like, if someone specifically wants to play Diablo 4 at Buildcraft and Diablo 4, their solution is to go play The Binding of Isaac? Because I'm pretty sure that's not Diablo 4. The gatekeepers, then I agree. I agree completely. Like, if people want something unobtainable, they can always set their goals higher.
Exterminate that swarm of creepy critters.
Want to prove how amazing you are at the game? Everything random? Yeah, entirely skill-based. With a component of luck, but the skill lies in how you adapt to that luck. It's a component I really enjoy about roguelikes. You know, Risk of Rain 2, Hades. Speaking of, I need Hades 2 news in my life, and I need it now. Supply shiny hunting to the damn loot. Normal, mega rare items, yellow, shiny version is blue. Yeah, like, Pokemon has it right in that. For anyone who's not aware of the shiny mechanic, ever since Generation 2 of Pokemon, there's a chance for Pokemon to have an alternate sprite. Now, back in Gen 2, the Pokemon did actually have specific stats for being an alternate sprite. Sometimes worse, sometimes better. But as of Gen 3, there is no gameplay advantage to having a shiny. It's just rare as fuck. It's Chase, but that does not remove gameplay from people. Now, if we're going real devil's advocate, in Gen 9 competitive, there's actually one situation where a shiny is more optimal in terms of gameplay because it allows you to bluff a thing because its sprite is very similar to a different version of that Pokemon. But, like, that's too specific to be relevant here. 80s nuts fit in your mouth. Got him! The argument's been going on for 30 minutes. I don't think I'm going to change his mind. Well, let me not insult your friend who I don't know and demean their intelligence because of one bad take. I stopped myself, see? I'm mature. But you know what I'm thinking. Can't change someone's mind for them. Yeah, you can only provide someone information. You can't change someone's mind ever. And trying is a great way to shorten your own lifespan. I have to want to get there. True. Jokes were even better with Hades too. They do. If you did build craft, can you elaborate a little bit on the Moze build you're currently playing? I've not seen this. Yeah, sure. So what I'm going for here is we're doing a playthrough where I do Bearfist Iron Bear only. The idea is I want to showcase this particular Iron Bear weapon because it's one of the less used ones, because it is one of the less powerful ones, and it's inefficient because it requires you to be in melee range, it consumes a lot of fuel. So I'm using that as like my outlet of damage. You'll see me doing other things sometimes because I'm trying to get back in Bear. But for the purposes of this challenge run / showcase, I did give myself an intentionally nerfed flame comm. This is not a legitimate flame class mod. This is edited to have no beneficial stats for me whatsoever. So I get the class mod effect of 15% chance to reset my cooldown when I apply a fire dot, allowing me to get back an Iron Bear. This functionally works out as if I'm putting on a flame comm to get my cooldown and then taking it off and doing Iron Bear without a class mod. So intentional nerf to Iron Bear for the purposes of this showcase. And I'm showing some of the things you can do to increase Iron Bear's power while you're in it, to have Moze still doing things for you while you're in Iron Bear, and also it's a good conversation piece because Iron Bear is one of these things that in the Borderlands 3 community, it is both overpowered and overrated, and it's perceived as both simultaneously. It got buffed consecutively for about 1.5 years of the game's life cycle, many of which were buffs that did not need to happen. But it's perceived as like the peak of player power when it's not. It's actually comparatively weak if you judge it against other action skills, especially Zane and Amara's action skills. But what it is it's very efficient. However, it's got downsides. Like the floor of what's needed to be powerful is very low, but the ceiling of how much stronger you can make it than that floor is also low because there's just not a lot you can put into it. And then sometimes you'll have issues like range, sometimes you'll have issues like hitboxes, sometimes you'll have issues like self-damage, sometimes you'll have issues like map terrain, like fitting through doorways and stuff. So it's got its own downsides and everything, but pound for pound, it's very misunderstood. So I figured this would be a good playthrough for a conversation piece around that. And I think I'm qualified for this because I do have the fastest speedrun using Iron Bear in time trials for the True Guardian takedown, which is the hardest activity in the game, and faster than the person below me because I used Iron Bear less in the Iron Bear run. Kind of highlights the point. Having exceptionally bad RNG with resetting my cooldown here.
Check out that body count. Almost.
Imagine PL3 there's shiny legendary loot where 1 in 1,000 of your monarch drops for some crazy skin. Is that it does have this PL4 to appease all the rare loot assholes. The thing is, 1 in 1,000 would be common by shiny rate standards. Ooh, that's a really good auto idol. Holy shit. AoE in the correct slot, cryo, melee. That's like a long-term auto idol. That's so good. Cauterizing isn't fantastic, but like everything else about that is a crazy drop. Taking that. Oh, but yeah, like I was saying, shiny is what, 1 in 4,153? Did I pull that number out of my ass? Ken, are you still here? You remember base odds shiny? But it's like, it's uncommon. You have ways of improving those odds throughout Pokemon games, especially depending on what you're doing, but it's 1 in 8,192 pre-gen 6. Thank you. 8,000 something, 1 in 4,096 post-gen 6. That was the other number, right? So very, very uncommon to the point where many players never see shinies ever. And shiny hunting is a popular form of Pokemon content creation. There's a lot of shiny hunting channels. You could check the Scarlet and Violet directory on Twitch right now, and you probably find a lot of them. There's no gameplay advantage. It's just for the trophy hunt, and that's what sets it apart from things like Borderlands items, from things like Diablo items, because build crafters aren't missing out on content. It's not like competitive Pokemon players have to go out and shiny hunt for their sets, right? They can just build, they can team build with what they have. You play a Johto game, you get a chance of one guaranteed. Yes, the red Gyarados is a shiny. I just remembered this was here. I forgot they give you Iridium when you scan those. I should really be scanning more of them in playthroughs. Okay, so I don't think I'll need to deal with flying enemies. We'll just go in with Shock Hammer. See what we can do. Hope I don't have to deal with the flyers. Just let them hang out. Ooh, level up bonus? I didn't plan for that, but that's welcome. I wouldn't take Soak the Embers normally, but... Give me a dot. Give me a dot. Game's toxic. Flamecom doesn't like me. Hit it in time? I did. What if I get my flame reset here before climbing? Is it fucking broken? Like... Yeah, no, just terrible RNG. I did not hit it in time. Well, we got the long cycle. Tyrene had such weak shins. One thing is there is a Poké-like game that has a shiny and they do get pretty substantial stat boosts, but it's different how you get them. Basically, ranges, anything 20 plus becomes shiny. You increase these Pokemon by yourself. You got ID 20 at 19, you can make it shiny. Oh, so it's just the appearance changes based on how good the stats are. Yeah, that's different than... Yeah, that's different. I'm fine with that. That's different than having to farm for the different appearance one. You're still going for the stats there. There's a fundamental difference there. I guess I can Iron Bear up here. What? What? You learn something new about Borderlands 3 every day.
Shoot more and miss less. Alive again?
You learn something new every time. Oh, and now my flame works. Looked away. Iron Bear got stuck on top of her back, and she stood up and flung me off the map. Irene said you can't Iron Bear up here. guess I can be up here? No, no, you can't. Good clip. Thanks, Oakley. Yeah, the timing on that was amazing. Oh wow, I can hit that with a hex? I didn't know I could do that. Am I being up here again? See, that's what happened, except I wasn't prepared. She actually threw me off to my death. Mom, Quag fell off a cliff again. Punch Tyrant in the face is hilarious. Just the animation is pretty funny. That she's just sitting there going. The whole thing is silly. Yeah, that is the story. So, because this is Iron Bear, we will be able to go directly to Mayhem 10, and that thing that earlier in the stream I said I'm not a fan of, but because our damage is, you know, Mayhem scaled, we don't need to wait.
Hey, a big old loot chest. Nice! Now your lucky followers have a chance to win a copy of this loot.
So action skills get a times 31 damage multiplier on Mayhem 10 and 11. That multiplier increases from, 0 on Mayhem 0 all the way up as you go up Mayhem levels. It's to keep them competitive, and that Mayhem scaling is a good feature, because without that, we've seen what the game looks like at Mayhem 10 without that, and like a lot of action skills just stop being useful for damage dealing purposes. Iron Bear was one of them during that time. I just wanted to point that out because I know a lot of people. She's not a girl and she's not on fire. Nope. Okay, no DMCA. A lot of people dislike the idea of mayhem scaling, but the problem is more so what mayhem scaling is applied to. Like, for example, this Moze skill here, Short Fuse, does not need mayhem scaling. It is already a double dipping mechanic, which ensures that it's one of the most damaging things in the entire game. It don't need it. It don't need it, but it's got it. It's got a 5.5 scaler. And what's more of a problem than mayhem scaling is player access to damage formula. We can get stupid amounts of stat buffs. I don't think that counts for a cliff. Oh, it counts. I fell off a cliff. It counts. Like, it's more of a problem that simply for walking at this speed, Zane is getting hundreds of percentage of gun damage. Hundreds for just moving this fast. That's more of a problem than the fact that Rack Attack gets a times 31 damage mult to remain competitive. As we saw in May of 2020 what an endgame with no mayhem scaling looked like, and melee was not viable, action skills were not viable, unless they piggybacked off of something else damage-wise, like Ties That Bind. It just wasn't great. Wasn't great. Because that's what happens when you go on Mayhem 10 and you give everything 10,000% more health. Now, original Mayhem 10 actually used to be 12,500%. They had to reduce it. But big number bad is the takeaway here. Outlaws, bounties, all I needed here. Count me in. How are you, Swin? Good to see you. Black Hole, Krakatoa. It's not a bad little chest. Good, you can't complain. We've been having some good conversations today. That's been fun. And then just, bare-fisting stuff.
Is this what you do for fun? Loiter?
Candace, I'm waiting to be able to talk to you.
Science cannot tell us everything.
So rude.
Maurice is pleased to see you. You have the core
unlocked Mayhem. Now, we're gonna go to 10. Not 11, 10. It would take this, but mob mentality destabilizes your game. Actually increases crashes. Always loitering. You know it. We're looking for either Speed Demon or Big Kick Energy with not the face. And then something that isn't disruptive in the other two slots. That's the goal. Speed Demon, Floors, Lava, Pool Party, not the face. I don't love these, but I'll take it. For the modifiers, quite. What do the purists say? Better yet, what do these say, the purists? How many times have I said an exasperated shut the fuck up today? Just that clip. That clip is what I'll say.
Have a look at that crystal, will you?
I will have a look at that crystal, Tannis.
Using that crystal I retrieved on the Iridian homeworld, I have detected...
Okay, so... Red suit's fine. Maybe changing Anoint here would be good. But that's fine for now. I'm gonna want an Anointed Grenade. Preferably one that's still good for proccing Flame. Artifact's fine for now. Yeah, my gear is fine right now, amusingly.
Energy signatures consistent with Guardian activity in the Minos system. Minos Prime is a well-settled planet. Perhaps
I'll be here for it every single time.
Locals to track down the source.
I appreciate
Bring
you.
the ship there and we can begin.
Okay, where do we go next? I want some XP. We could continue Handsome Jackpot DLC, which we started to get in Ember's Blaze Shields during the playthrough. Get to Scrap Traps, level there, bully the game. It seems like an option. Is there anything we want from other DLCs? Like, Old God would be decent from DLC 2, I suppose. I messed around with the concept of, like, what if we did Action Skill Start Void Rift with Bear? Just vacuum things and then start punching the survivors. Funny. We could do, Villa Ultraviolet. I don't know how the damage into Joey will be. But hey, I'm down to fuck around and find out. Because, like, if we get a no pew pew in here, that'll be a really nice thing to have. I just want a no pew pew. I don't care about the parts. I don't care if it's anointed or not. I want a no pew pew. Because when that gun is in your hands, you have an increased ignite chance with anything you do. And that is flame consistency.
Find him and gnash him until he is no more. The hideout is barred by several gates, shut like a jaw locked on a femur. You will release it by obliterating the cartel's lackeys.
Maurice is so cool. I love Maurice. I'm sorry, did that level 13 Hex just kill a level 37 Mayhem 10 enemy before I could get to him in Iron Bear? I need to change my hard points here. That's fierce. While Fire Bear can't even compete with a grenade. I mean, it's true that a level 13 Hex is competitive with Iron Bear right now. With times 31 Mayhem scaling. I think that's just kind of funny. Wait, just... Oh, that's cool. That's cool tech. I didn't even realize that was what was happening. Floor is lava triggers flame. That's cool tech. That's actually insane for builds. That's kind of nuts. Like, the implications. You know all those builds that cycle Cub, and then you have to deal with flame RNG? Ah, you just stand still and cycle Cub. We have learned multiple new things about BL3 today.
Feeding the birds.
Yeah, there's my Iron Bear cooldown. That's so sick. Flame is so stupid.
Second gate cleared. No sign of the target, but there's a
Totally fair and intended.
check it out.
Just most things.
They cower within like hatchlings clinging to egg scraps.
Just hits the spot.
Someone said buff Iron Bear. Hey guys, I found an Iron Bear buff. This is why Amara ignores Moze. Valid. How does it make you feel as an Amara main that Moze has better cooldown by standing still? Like, literally the act of standing still.
Time for a scrap.
It's still RNG, so yeah, that is still capable of killing me. That's the downside. I mean, it's because my shield's very weak, but... Yeah, no shot of getting up here. This is deserved. This is karma. What's better cooldown on players AFK? Will Mara lose her most important cooldown topped off by standing still? Yes, yes. So Moze gains guaranteed cooldown, and Amara loses 200%. And all of her gun damage from driver as well. I mean, Moze loses Scrappy while she's standing still, so like there's that. Flame is probably my favorite Moze comm. Flame is probably, if you had to pick like a most impactful class mod, I think it would easily be that. I don't have feelings anymore, so I don't know. Pain. Moze is so crazy. I guess I need a gun for when I'm down. I have this old recursion. It's probably fine, right? It's probably fine. Average Amara main. Dead inside. You know, it'd be awesome if I had a diamond key. That'd be real cool. Even Bear is just cursed. I should not be able to run this fast in this fucking death machine. Let's see if there's any good purples in here. A loot expander. Unironically, that Atlas launchers may be useful.
Maurice, I'm in.
Abugu is
Lava
terrible.
looks clear. Except for this
You didn't enjoy
ridiculously huge fountain.
Spider-Verse? Interesting. Don't tell me anything. I still haven't seen it.
Violently. There is something missing from that strange fountain.
That's interesting. I want to get down to Specialist Bear here. I also want all the purple tree stuff. Alex Doctor would be some easy damage for 1 point from where I am now, but I'll get more here. Redistribution. Green tree is not gonna look the way it's going to later. I'll be wasting my way on another one, but at a very bad time to drive home. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear. Damn. That's an experience I don't want anyone to ever have, like, a movie.
The missing piece of the fountain cannot be far. Sniff it out, quickly.
He just blow himself up. Okay. I should really be looting these iridium piles, but I can't be bothered. What movie is Spider-Verse, I believe. Temp. Wow, that did a lot of damage to me.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yo, Flamecom, you wanna... Oh, no, it's okay. Flora's lava's got me. When my Hex don't got me, Flora's lava's got me. Hello, Tyrone. Punch, 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 punch. Threat of fire. That is not what I'm going for. I should take this shock stone for iridium crystal punching purposes. Or if you get your diamond key on your next chest opening it after saying that. I don't have any chest open right now. I guess if you want a Duke, you can roll on this. Bank pod weapon as well. I do want to kill the other lieutenants, I think. I would like the drops. I would like the drops. Leave me alone. I'll just kill the ones down here. Just check this Iridium punching Quack 5 minutes ago. It's really correct to collect this Iridium, can't be bothered. Listen, inside of us are two wolves. One that punches Iridium crystals, and the other one that should really also punch Iridium crystals.
That's just what I do.
Hey Wisp, how you doing? It's so insane that, like, floor is lava. I imagine it's also getting the global bonus element. So, like, floor is lava is getting big surplus. If I had an ASC 50 fire, then, like, I'd have so much consistency with getting the refreshes off of that. That's crazy.
I lost count.
And with full can of whoop ass, I'm getting constant shield regen during that window, so I can't afford to just stand in it. New Iron Bear build tech in 2023. It's obnoxious. Why do I need to do this announcer BS anyway? You said it right. How are you? Am I still in combat? How am I still in combat? Where are the enemies? Okay, no, I'm not. Hey, Bearfist. Busy work today, mostly lurking. I appreciate you being here. As always, if anyone gives you trouble at work, let me know. I can shit on their desk for you. Take me a little while to get there, but offer stands. The HR director shitting on desks is the work I'm here to fix.
Let's get it over with.
Just turn a blind eye to my brown eye. It's that simple. That's all you gotta do. Oh, Iron Bear can't fit through there. Whoops. You know, how's your eye feeling? It still stings, which probably isn't a good sign. But, like, not distractingly so. I don't know, I do tend to underreport when it comes to pain from injuries, so I'm a little bit sketched out. DNA poops, FYI. Thanks, Baron. I'll be careful. Make sure not to leave my DNA in my poop. It's an acquired skill. Demon Iron Bear. It's so silly. We got one more movement to do. Which way did I go? I think I went this way. No. That way? How am I lost in here? How many times have I been through this mansion? Hello. Interview with Keanu Reeves got posted to Cyberpunk's Twitter about Phantom Liberty. The man just a walk and talk in W. He's so cool, and he's such a good human, and he's such a nerd. Keanu's just awesome. Fucking love that dude. You know if the troubleshooter does splash? I don't believe it does. I believe it does. Okay, you're welcome, guys. Flame Calm? Flame Calm. Oh, it's been still way too long. Whoopsie. Oh, I forgot to switch. Still don't have a way of getting up. Okay, I guess this is where, like, Healy Avenger would be good. Okay, I got up. Holy shit. I guess I forgot Recursion's kind of goated. I don't know how I forgot that, but Recursion's kind of goated. Being immune. Being immune. I can't see what is happening. Living on biofuel as per usual. Not that far off getting Russian offensive. Help my survivability thing. I think I'm gonna take that point in phalanx though. Good formula-wise. Yeah, I can't imagine how consistent Flora's lava plus no PP is gonna be. With that ASC 50 fire, it's gonna be real good. Tenderizer. What do you drop from me? Flesh Melter, Cosmic Raider? Thank you. Sorry for the visual pollution. Did this kill me? So this elevator has killed me before. Under a few circumstances. It doesn't kill you when you use Iron Bear. Today I learned. Red card. A Patron red card. It's a shield made out of tequila. Hashtag not sponsored.
Tango spotted.
Patron, please sponsor me. I was putting it out telekinetically. I'm glad you picked it up. There's my flame bomb. Yeah, this will get pretty funny with once we have all the pieces of the build. Pain is power. That's not the right COVAR. I was so excited for a second too. You have no idea. Oh, I'm not doing enough damage. Actually, that's kind of enough. Don't get ragdolled. Where'd you go? No, I ran out of ammo! No, you were almost dead. Okay, okay. I got this. I got this. Hey, Super. How you doing? I should actually have second wind weapons. It's a skill issue on my part, me being impatient. Exactly the kind of thing that happens when you jump directly to Mayhem 10. There you go. Calculated. It's for the content. Ideally, it'd be ASC 50 on the shield and then Iron Bear throw on something vaguely useful. Oh yeah, Super, we found some interesting tech. Flora's lava is capable of triggering flame fairly consistently. So I'm thinking the new flame tech is Flora's lava while holding no PP. Should be like pretty much instant, and with full can of Whip-Ass, that shield regen from that, plus the damage reduction, will fight the damage from Flora's lava. So you just stand there and wait for 4 seconds. You should have your cooldown back. Ox. Yeah, I'm trying to do it right now. I'm just having bad RNG. I am missing the ASC 50 fire, and I don't have the no PP yet. So Roaster can't be fired out, it's not a problem. I'm on plane. There it goes. Crit. Oh. It's not cryptosec, it's cryptosec. No pew-pews? There's a Hunter Seeker. I just want to know pew-pew. Actually, I should have put on Loot Booster before coming in here, but oh well. Yeah, Joey will take a minute. Farm Lieutenants, though, in all honesty. Check now. What were you doing? Was this the murder mystery one? Yo, pipe bomb. Pog. Summits? Pog. Yeah. Nice. Actually, that's more damage than I was expecting. This might not seem fantastic, but this is shock on armor versus one of the tankier bosses in the game. Having just hit man. Kind of funny. So Iron Bear is not good at bosses. This is one of Iron Bear's weaker hard points. This will take a minute. Honestly, use one wild swing, one shock hammer. I put the alphabet here. He can cool down back instantly from Flora's lava. Bearfist? Yeah, alignment. Bearfist. On Flora's lava. Supposed to fire dot, not kill me. There we go. Slow and steady. It's very free, just very safe. Oh, he hit my hex back at me. Toxic. Forgot they can do that. What do I have on? I can't really stop the hot drop though. Previous interview, you're gonna love it. He's trying so hard to keep 6-7 down, still contagious. Oh, I love those. My favorite kind of interviewer is where the person being interviewed is visibly super passionate about what they're talking about, and they're trying to play it off, but they can't. That is my absolute favorite. This is reminiscent of how Hemovorus was on the geared save. It takes a while. Giving you action skill so fast. Flame class mod. Moze's Flame class mod has a 15% chance to completely refresh the cooldown of your action skill whenever you apply a fire dot. I have a red suit, which is splash damage, so it's applying fire in the Skag Den on every tick, which means a chance to apply fire dot there. It's also getting big surplus, and I'm using the Floor is Lava Mayhem modifier, which creates fire puddles that have a chance to ignite me. You can trigger flame off of yourself in a few different ways. One of the most common is just switching to and from a dark army because the drones exploding can apply fire dots to you. But we discovered today that not the face, not the face, Floor is Lava and do that too, so it's pretty funny. One of the things I want from Cartel is a no PPU because it increases your chance of applying fire dots while you're holding it. So that'll make this very consistent. I managed to get one. New synergies in my 2023. This game is boundless. There is always new tech. Always. Low-level sellouts for the masses. We stand tryhard in here. It's peak efficiency. We just stand still. We don't need to use a sellout. We just stand still for damage. Hey, Super Mystery Hunter, how you doing? Welcome in. This visual pollution is something else though. That's from Pool Party. I don't like that I have that. I guess optimal modifier set here would be like Speed Demon or Big Kick Energy, and then Floor is Lava and Drone Ranger, not the face. It's probably optimal. I'm good, you? Can't complain too much. Having a fun stream today. Finished up the story on this Bearfist Moze. Now we just jumped straight to Mayhem 10 cartels and discovered some new tech with the Mayhem modifier. We just had good convos today. It's been a nice chill. What day of the week is it? Nice chill Tuesday stream. Stand still for fire dot. Yeah, that'll be consistent once I have that extra bonus element and a no PP. Hopefully Joey drops one. Yeah, hopefully. I could always drop my mayhem down and like farm one, like a sane person. Like exactly what I tell other people to do. But then I get stubborn. Yeah, I'm self-aware. Like Gunla Zane versus Hemo? Yeah. We're missing a lot of our damage formula here. And Bearfist is not one of the better bossing augments to begin with. Like, we don't have our key purple tree stuff or our key green tree stuff. Our red tree is fine, and we've gotten as much blue tree as we actually need. But the other trees are currently lacking. And Specialist Bear in particular over in green is a huge mult to lose out on. Also, I'm not benefiting from my grenade slot. at present. I'm actually missing 2 important emotes. But luckily Joey's a pushover mechanically. He's just tanky if you don't have damage. It's a time investment thing. I'm using that turret to apply fire dots to get my cooldown back right away. Because I could be shooting, I could be throwing grenades, I can have enemies stand near me and get fired out of that way. And I can have the puddles. Ooh, level up bonus, that'll help a lot here actually. And I can pick up Scrappy. Went to kitchen, made popcorn, this fight's still going on. It's almost done. Maybe. We are missing a lot of our damage formula. And, you know, Bearfist not fantastic at bossing. But it's cool. And it's very safe. Oh. See? We one-shot him. Also first try. Also speedrun record. Ratio.
Seriously, you know how that sounds.
Keep this flame for the rest of the run to get an actual class one once you get to actual endgame. I haven't decided. Could go either way at this point. Lovely. That's that Hunter Seeker. It's Pain is Power. That's an Iceberger. Nothing I care about drops wise. Flora's Lava killed me. As Flora's Lava does. Ooh, no pew pew. Yeah, it's okay. I'll just keep Cartel Event on and probably start using Buttermilk. Guess I'll take an Iceberger. It's a decent gun. Excuse me. Ugh, sneezes. Ugh. Melty flesh melter. That's just satisfying to look at. What do we got in these chests? A lump. There's a lump. There's a lump. Honestly, I'm taking that. Hang on if you guys want to roll on that. So yeah, I'm thinking this would be a good stopping point after this chest event. Next stream will be leveling from 40 to 72, and we'll figure out what loot restrictions, if any, I'm gonna have in place. And we'll be able to do Iron Bear with Bearfists and Mayhem modifier tech but against a bunch of stuff. I might try to get the optimal modifier set, which is, you know, not pool party. Because I think that would be cool. There's a large number of builds that benefit from having specific sets of modifiers on Mayhem 10. I'd say a majority benefit. Now, some don't, because, for example, this build I can get away with not the face, because I'm not critting with any of my damage. But for a lot of gun builds, that's a no-go, for example. Still going? Okay, there we go. Congrats to the winner. Let me just get out of here and turn in the quest. Yeah, if you guys had fun today. We had some good combos, and I think content was interesting too. Beef, you're catching me right as I'm about to end. I'm literally ending in like 30 seconds. But I appreciate you thinking of me. I appreciate you bringing your people over.
Now you will accept Maurice's payment for your help.
See, that's way better. Next time, lead with that.
Maurice has much currency from devouring.
I was doing tests and stuff.
Maurice,
Testing. I like testing.
return to Maurice.
Face Puncher Eraser doesn't work. A Face Puncher doesn't have a conventional bullet. It deals damage source melee, so it won't do the eraser thing. For the same reason it doesn't get like next to mags.
Maurice has great works for you. You will keep Maurice from further harm.
Roll today not as good as Axe and God, done wrong guy. You mean Axe and Soft?
Since your assault, their leader has secured the hideout against further attack. The entrance requires a code. You will retrieve.
Definitely something happened with White Elephant. I mean, White Elephant can crit if you put it on a crit spot, so it could just be Zane's insane crit damage. Maybe. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, sorry to end so soon after raid. If anyone from Beef stream doesn't know me, I'm quite good to build stuff. Currently doing a I guess challenge run. It's not really particularly challenging, but we're doing Bearfist, Iron Bear Moze versus all content. We finished the story playthrough today, and it's been funny. We discovered some new tech with one of the Mayhem modifiers for cycling the Flame class mod, which I think could be big for Moze builds in general. I'm probably going to be messing around with that a bit more. So I think that could be applicable to a lot of builds, in fact. Like, Flora's Lava for both ends for maybe some of Mara's stuff. Flora's Lava Golden Rule, even. Ooh, that's spicy. Anyway, yeah. Let me find somewhere for us to go. I appreciate y'all immensely. I will be live tomorrow. Lazy's doing some XCOM 2. Continuing that playthrough. I think we could head over there. I like that idea. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. Lazy Data. And I'll see you guys next time. And thank you again, Beef, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And it does mean a lot. Sorry to raid and run, but I'm sleepy. I don't want to fall asleep on stream. I almost did that once. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.